Welcome to Paddling Pool 283, folks. How's it going? I'm Zari, joined by the lovely, the amazing Pat, who just so happens to be doing a long commentating set today.
Yay! Hey, I can never get enough Paddling Pool. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's such a cool tournament with lots of cool teams that come over week after week, and now it's September, so summer's over for some teams that are coming back. We have known faces that took a break during the summer that are back, and some known teams that have kept playing throughout the summer who are pumped and ready to show how much they've progressed from all these tournaments. So let's see how it goes. We're going to start directly with Blexbruder, an English team that we know pretty well, Zari.
Yes.
And on the other side, what I can only assume is a Spanish team, which is Neo Buscanovia Interesadas DM.
Okay, we're about to get into the first match of the set. Rainmaker, Spellway. I do appreciate that you're able to say that team's name a lot easier than I would be able to. So appreciate at least one of us has the accent a little.
Okay, I took Spanish classes in school. I can't remember anything from it. I don't understand Spanish, but at least I can pronounce it.
Which is appreciated, because I have never taken a Spanish class in my life, so I have no idea. But going straight into here, we do have some interesting picks here coming from both sides. One to note is the double cooler comp coming out from Blexbruder.
Yeah, Blexbruder double cooler. That's a pretty powerful comp, especially for Rainmaker, and can work pretty well on the side of Neo Busca. There's a bit more diversity. I love to see the vacuum going. I love the vanilla charger, and I love to see it work. And oh, it's flanked by Fistfix, get punished for it. Neo Busca, they still have the Rainmaker, Zari, but they're struggling to go forward.
Yes, indeed. They're trying to find their way to that checkpoint, but they are not going to find it just yet with those strikes coming out. But Diego's still here, trying to get the pop, but has to back off at least a little bit and give that up to Blexbruder. But that is not quite not the push they were looking for to start with. That was only to 95, but there's still chaos on the field as people are going down left and right.
Yeah, still the fight. Rainmaker still staying mid. Neo Busca getting the repop and preparing another push as Blexbruder I mean, thanks to the double cooler, they stay in that fight. They are constantly respawning, getting back in there, but they're struggling to get to the Rainmaker. They're struggling to initiate anything, and they have 2 players down. The tripling strikes are not going to do much. Neobuska preparing another push as Mr. Egg getting in there is punished.
Yes, indeed. Not able to slow that down or stop it before anything happened. But here comes the VAC to keep their players alive, and it's not quite enough to get that Rainmaker up the podium, but they are so incredibly close to it. But there will be no time to push it there right yet. As Blexpert are able to get the Rainmaker and start a push of their own.
Yeah, this is what they were waiting for now with Bazooka finding Q! That's a double for Progrif. The Rainmaker is not going to move to the checkpoint though, as Blacksplitter is stopped. They still have a lot of control, and Progrif is waiting for the opportunity. That Squeezer is still incredibly powerful. But the repop.
Yeah, the repop does mean that opportunity they were looking for is not going to materialize, not yet, and definitely gives the Rainmaker. Okay, never mind. Mr. Egg here just causing chaos. Oh my goodness. Are they going to be able to get more of a push going? Another kill! Before finally, the sniper is able to take them out, but still.
That's the power of a double cooler, Zari. You always respawning. Your opponent cannot catch a breath. Neobuska, they thought that they had pushed Blacksplitter away, but they needed to fight again and again and again, and now they're struggling just to push the Rainmaker out of their spawn because they don't want to keep it there. Progrif waiting for the opportunity with the Squeezer is finding 2 shots, but not 3 onto the Rainmaker. Has to move back now.
And jumps out before getting taken out. So that is a fair enough jump there, because yet again the chaos still reigning in this mid. But Neobuska Novia are definitely kind of on that back foot here, as we can see, as Fisk is able to take out the Rainmaker, though it was a trade that was good to stop it from getting anywhere closer to mid. But they're still gonna have to get that Rainmaker back again before Blacksplitter can do any more damage to that already lead they have. But with how Neobuska Nova, freaking hell, every time I have to say that I have to read it. But with them in control of this Rainmaker and finally getting to that checkpoint, it does mean that maybe they're able to get the lead, but not sure.
Getting that repop would have gotten them the lead, but right now Blacksplitter again respawning too fast, getting back in there and getting in the fight. Are back with the control. 15 seconds left in that game, and the 7 points lead. It looks like it's going to be the W for Blacksplitter.
It does look like it. A Neobuska Novia do not have the chance to get that Rainmaker again. That is very unfortunate for them. They just were getting back on their feet there. They were finally able to get to that checkpoint, but once it got there, they just never really got anywhere close to it again. So
yeah, I mean, both teams were really struggling to push forward. We had to wait 2 minutes at the start of the game for any team to get anything going. And I feel like both teams had a very, very strong defense, had the ability to really deny what the other team was doing. But when it was time to push, it was so rough. And the fact that Blacksplitter got the first push, got their first way on to the checkpoint, really meant that from then on, all they needed to do was get trade after trade into mid, especially knowing that they had the double cooler, that trading was perfectly fine for them.
Yep, it definitely worked to their advantage throughout that, because there was a lot of moments there where it was a standstill, right? Where neither team were really getting much advantage over the other, or even if there was a slight advantage, they weren't able to kind of push it as hard as they would have liked. But just with how Blacksplitter was able to just keep coming back, regardless of what happened, regardless if they had more people down. It was never for very long because of the double cooler comp. And they did end up using that to their advantage and were able to get more pushes, right? Given none of them were exceptionally far points-wise, but if you win by 1 point, you win. It doesn't matter if it's only by 1 point or if it's only by 7 or whatever it was. If you win by insert amount of points, you still take that match. So that does mean that going into the second game of the set, which Splat Zones, Robo-Ramen, very, like, throughout this set, all very good map mode combinations we see a lot of. But this will be, I think, a lot like that stalling. This isn't the end of that stalling, I would imagine. This is going to be very back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, it's, as you said, very back and forth. I feel like both teams are going to want to have a bit more tools to push in, to go forward, because you want to be able to simply run at the zone and paint it in an emergency whenever you can. And that's the kind of tools that these two teams were kind of missing. And for zones on Robo-Roman, if you're able to get ahead of the zone and really defend it, you can get it all. Neobuscanovia bringing a pencil to the mix. Meanwhile, it's a custom range blaster that Blexbooter is going to have. And honestly, that Kraken will allow them to just simply get in, which is pretty good for them.
Yes, it is interesting to see that both of these teams made that choice for Kraken, obviously with different weapons. But unfortunate, straight off the bat for Neobuscanovia, they immediately lose that shot player coming out the gates, which very much Blexbooter are using to their advantage. But as we're saying that, the Kraken is coming in and trying to get picks, but not able to get the kill on that player before they were able to jump out. So that does mean that the zone is still mostly in Blexbooter's favor.
And 2 down right now. Neobuscanovia is going to take the zone, apply penalty, get to breathe a little bit now. Now it's all about pushing forward, getting something, but it's Blexbooter's turn to activate the Kraken, get in and try to get some splat.
Yes, indeed. And there's another special on the go for them, which is definitely helping them as they are getting in and able to get that pick there. But there is a Kraken now coming for them, and that is 3 down!
3 down. I mean, Blexbooter, they applied penalty, Blexbooter, but I mean, at what cost? They gave all the control, and we're back to square one. Neobuscanovia done with their penalty, getting the lead and forcing Blexbooter to panic a little bit more.
Yes, I do think, especially because that happened so quickly after they used their specials, it meant that they were nowhere near ready to do anything about it. But I even think right now, Mr. Egg is very much on their own there, which yet again is just ending up with them not being in the right place to help each other as a team.
Yeah, it's pretty rough right now. Neobuscanovia, they were behind in all of game 1 right now. They're forcing Blexbooter to do everything they can simply to paint the zone. Pogriff getting in there is only able to find a trade right there. Blexbooter not catching a break in this game, able to keep the zone, but they're still fighting for it. All of Neo is back at it, back trying to get in there.
Yes, indeed, but here comes the Kraken again, looking to find some kills, but I don't think they're gonna get any. No, they're not gonna get any work done with that. Not right now.
Yeah, very nice evasion by the 96, able to keep themselves here. And as I say that, Neobuscanovia with the numbers advantage, with the zone, are again in control. Mr. Egg activating the Kraken, trying to get a few splats with it. All of Neo's team is simply moving away.
Yep, yes, indeed. Somehow Fisk is still alive. There we go. And Javier here able to kind of take a little bit more control over that bridge area from a distance. Yet again, just slowing down the possession into mid, but not for long. That's 3 down.
Yeah, and that was a delayed wipe, Zari. This is the opportunity for Black Spooter to come back into the game. A minute and a half left. All they need to do is hold a little bit longer. They don't have that much penalty. All of Neobuscanovia is getting in there, though, thanks to the well they are on to the zone right now. If they're able to paint right here, this would give... Oh!
Oh my
Ooh.
goodness. Okay, yep, this is not looking good for Black Spooter, but okay, never mind. Half the team's down. There's a Kraken chasing.
These two teams are answering each other with crazy deadly blows right there, but with a minute left, Black Spooter, they can't do back and forth anymore. They need to hold. They need to stay in control, dodge the killer well, and hold as long as they can. The Kraken is coming, is gunning for everybody. As Black Spooter is desperately trying to paint the zone with a Tacticuda now. They're just trying to hold it a little bit more, just a few more ticks, and they get the lead!
Oh my goodness, what a comeback this is! Is it gonna be enough though? Will Neobuscanovia be able to get to that zone, be able to hold it? Not the 52 can't do it on their own, but there we go. It flips, but they have such an uphill battle now. And with 10 seconds and overtime left, they need to get everything right to win this. And important to note here that this is what's standing between Neobuscanovia and a game 3, right?
Yep. And there will be no game 3.
Oh my goodness. But that, for almost all of that game, almost all of it, Neobuscanovia were had such a lead, were able to keep pushing Black Spooter off that zone, and even whenever they were able to get back in, it never lasted. But as we see with splat zones, all you need is a really good push. Once you're through those penalty points, that's it does not take much to catch up unless you have not pushed at all. So very, very well done there for Black Spooter. But it was definitely close. That very, very easily could have just gone in Neobuscanovia's side. But that does mean that we're not going to be seeing a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, both those games were just a few points away between the two teams. And the big difference is in game 1, Black Spooter had the upper hand and Neobuscanovia was not able to come back. In the second game, Neobuscanovia was dominating the first half, but Black Spooter clawed their way back to victory, found the momentum, and really stepped up and got the victory.
Yes, indeed. But yeah, well played to both of these teams. They definitely showed that they both had what it took to win. But Black Spooter just able to utilize, especially in that first game, utilize their comp very much their advantage and just find their way to the zone when it really came down to it in that second game. So absolutely well done to both of these teams. Look forward to hopefully see both of them later, but Neobuscanovia has a hell of a climb ahead of them if we are to. So, but that's them down to the losers bracket, and Black Spooter are going on to round 2 of winners.
Yep.
But important to note that their next team that they're going to be fighting is Frutella, question mark, or there's some exclamation marks in there as well. So that, regardless between these two teams, the next fight was going to be hard. So good luck to them, is all I'm going to say. But with that in mind, I do believe we're going to go to a short break as we figure out who we're going to be seeing next. I believe it should be... I'm just looking over. Just before we go, I believe we're going to be seeing at least a German fridge next. But other than that, unsure.
Very much unsure. We will know very soon. Do not go anywhere. and welcome back to Paddling Pool 283. I am Pad again with Zari, and we are back with round 2 of Winners Bracket. And here we have 2 pickup teams, one from Germany, Kühlschrank, going against one from France, Flamingo, which is, I mean, a French pickup going against a German pickup is pretty much a good summary of Paddling Pool, Zari.
Yes, it is. That is, we do see a lot of French and German teams kind of sizing each other up here. So this is very much par for the course. But yes, important to note that we were just waiting for the first set from Flamingo. But it might look a little bit weird in the bracket because it was delayed massively because one team was late, and then there was a DC, and it was just decided, well, we've been delayed too much. We'll just take the first game, the win. We'll go with that. But yes, important to note that that's why it'll look a little bit different from everything else in the bracket, I'd imagine. But we will be starting this set off on Mako on spot zones. So that's a whole match to like size each other up in. Close quarters, there's nowhere to hide.
Yes.
And yeah, I predict carnage.
Carnage always happens on this map, but it's good carnage to watch. You see lots of fights, lots of back and forth. There's always a way to get back onto the zone. Whatever your team comp is, whatever the opponent is doing, you always have the tool. It's just about finding your way around what the opponent is doing. And the one thing that's like, I feel like every weapon is viable on here, as long as there's a good ledge option on your team.
Yes, as long as you can kind of protect yourself from like the other, like the opponent coming in with something that's very speedy and very like quick to kill, like short range blasters and rollers, and even like certain buckets and brushes, right? So there's definitely, because of the ledge situation, it's all ledges in this map, you do have to be very careful about that. But if you've got one of your own, then you're kind of just going around in circles. But okay, I do see a Decapitator, which it's been a hot minute since I've seen one of them in Paddling Pool. But yeah, the rest of it seems fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see the ballpoint coming. We don't see that many ballpoints anymore, but it's still a very, very good weapon, especially in here. The jetpack can really take a lot of control from above. As I say that, Flamingo is in position to hold the zone very well. Kühlschrank, really, they need to find a way in.
Yes, indeed. And one way to go in is to kill 3 out of the 4 players on the opposite side here. That is definitely one way. And the 4th one does end up going down in a delayed wipe situation, but that is very quick turnaround here, and that's kind of what you expect from Mako. If you're able to find that edge, if you're able to get in, then you can get a lot done very quickly.
Yep. A lot is coming, but the answer is also coming on the side of Flamingo, already on the zone. But as I say that, they get punished. Skylex, kind of a last squid standing right there, looking to simply get away with their life, maintaining the aggro. But Kühlschrank keeping the zone and getting more and more points right now. Flamingo struggling to paint.
Yeah, as we say that, Flamingo's able to switch the possession of the zone over and finally get some penalty points on the board, stopping Kühlschrank from getting any further into those points. They've got to get through those penalty points now. But that is unfortunate that they weren't able to get that zone the first time they kind of had the chance to, because having a push to 34 is difficult to get to. Not impossible, but
pretty tough. But Flamingo, they don't have that much penalty. The zone has been back and forth so much. But they can get back onto scoring as fast as they want. And look at that. Right now they have all 4 of their players getting full control, pushing Kushrank away. And yeah, right now Kushrank are back to the drawing board. They need a way in as Flamingo has no penalty.
Yes, indeed. This is when it can get very dangerous. But as we're saying that, the blaster does end up going down, and that shield from the decapitator really just giving them enough room to get that zone back again and start working on those penalty points themselves, but not without issue here as people are going down on both sides. But Flamingo able to get that back and start on their own penalty points, at least for now.
For now, indeed, both teams are still fighting for that zone. As Kushrank is able to take some control, Penny has to use the tripling strike as everything from Flamingo is being deployed. That jetpack is going to find one.
Yes, and indeed. That does mean that Kushrank were not able to get that or keep that zone at that moment, and Flamingo are back onto those penalty points. They are getting much further through them and much quicker than Kushrank, which is looking like they're gonna be able to, start working on those points again.
Yep. Oh, they have you down. They're so close to getting the lead, but Kushrank is painting the zone. That fight for the zone could decide the lead with just a minute left. Kushrank stays in the lead, stays in control, and push Flamingo away. What a blow. This could decide the whole game as Flamingo is trying to get back in there with all of their specials. They're able to retake the zone at least, but they need to get rid of their penalty again.
Yes, they do. They're definitely working on it, but as I say that, Kushrank is able to get it back, but it never lasts.
Ooh, yeah.
And Kushrank back on the offensive here, able to get the zone and very solidly hold it. But you can see here, Flamingo's trying to find any kind of advantage they can get here. They just need to get through those penalty points, but not if Kushrank has anything to say about it.
It's not stopping. Both teams simply painting over and over and over. Right now, Kushrank holding to their lead, looking to get a bit more with just a few more seconds left in the game. Flamingo needs to paint with all that they have. Just a few seconds. The strikes are not enough, Zari. Game 1 goes to Kushrank.
By 1 point. You mentioned this when it happened, that moment when they were just not able to hold it quite long enough could have been the deciding factor in the game, and it very much was. Oh my goodness, these teams. Okay, all right, that's yep, fair enough. That means going into the second game of the set, that Flamingo definitely have a lot more to prove. There were moments there when they were trying so desperately to just keep control that a little bit longer, but it just didn't end up happening for them. And they need to take this second game or else that's it. They're down to losers.
I mean, I feel like we have kind of the same thing as we did in round number 1, Zari. 2 teams that are very much evenly matched, that are able to get the comeback onto each other, that are able to simply deny what the other is doing, but have to pay attention because the other team can always get back onto the map, can always do the same thing to them. It's going to be decided by a hair. Right now, Kushrank, they can be pretty happy that they got that game 1 because it was a very, very close one. Now we're going to a completely different map, to a completely different mode, and the dynamic is going to change completely. So now, that's going to be decided by what mode do you prefer, what map are you good on, what tiny strategy shift do you do to fight that other team, because in terms of skill, these 2 teams have already shown that they're very much tied.
Yes, indeed. It could very well come down to just a slight edge over the other on specifically tower control, or specifically this map itself. So That'll be interesting to see what changes we see in the comps here, if they have if they change it slightly just because it's tower control, or if they target one player over the other. Do you know what I mean? If there might be some way that these teams, after that game one, after how close it was, if they might have an idea of how to approach this second one to try and kind of get that edge in their favor. So we are about to find out. Ship, tower control. Ooh, let's see what these two teams are bringing to this mode.
Yep, and it looks like the composition are not changing very much. It's not about the weapons, it's about what you can do. This is where the custom range blaster is going to be so dangerous, so key for Flamingo if they want to come back. That range blaster can absolutely deny the tower, whether with the main weapon or with the Kraken, of course.
Yes, indeed. Decapitator going down first here. This does seem like Flamingo definitely coming out swinging here, as they've already got 2 down. The Blaster's trying to get this Decapitator, but they're both just kind of dancing around each other until the Kraken comes out, and that will send Cruelshank kind of running around a little bit. But as I say that, they're not able to really get anything done with it.
Yeah, Cruelshank simply dodged the Kraken, went directly to the tower thanks to the tripling strikes, were able to really push Flamingo away. Peli with the bucket looking to simply establish back some control into mid for Cruelshank. And they do exactly that. Cruelshank is back in the middle, not breaking, not letting that checkpoint being broken is so important for Cruelshank because, as you know, Zari, there are only 2 checkpoints on this map, and they are incredibly key checkpoints that are very hard to break.
Yes, indeed, they are. And also, just once you get through this first one, you can get a lot done before you even get to that second one. There's such a like a gap between both teams able to get to the checkpoint or just before, but not able to actually get through it. As we're seeing it return to neutral, and then Flamingo going to give it another try. Or never mind.
Never mind. Again, these teams pretty even, keeping in check with each other. But as I said, that Cruelshank getting a big numbers advantage, pushing everybody back to spawn, and now it's their turn to try to break that checkpoint, and they have the big bubbler at the ready for that. They even not use it for the checkpoint there. They want more and more and more, Zari.
They do indeed, because they didn't need to use it for the checkpoint. There was no one close enough to really make that an issue, and because it had taken this long for the inkjet to be popped, they did not need it at that moment. But as we're seeing this, Cruelshank able to push to 40 here, but it does kind of start heading backwards as Flamingo are able to get more of a presence in mid again.
Yep. Yeah, Flamingo have 2 players down, but it's 2 versus 2, not the best way to get onto the checkpoint. But Flamingo are trying with 2 minutes left. They know that they need to take anything they can, but they can't! They can't! Zari, Cruelshank simply taking full control of the map.
Yes, indeed. Not what you're looking for. You're Flamingo right now. This is not ideal. They need to find their way back into mid and do what Cruelshank was able to do to them back to get any kind of control going. But as I'm saying that, 2 down for Flamingo, and the push continuing, and the shield up. This is going to be incredibly hard to come back from.
That Tacticular has, like, choked up so many bullets right there. That Tacticular was crazy good wall.
Yes, it worked so well for them. But Flamingo back on the approach, but as I say that, one goes down on each side, as the Kraken still not able to find any utility there. Very unfortunate, but they are still trying to find their way forward. Flamingo, well, Skylex specifically, looking to try and get that Snipe Rider, but not able to.
I mean, right now, Kushrunk have full control of the game. They know that Flamingo need to push forward. They know that all they need to do is deny a little bit longer the Decapitator getting in, getting a splat. That's going to be traded, but I mean, Kushrunk are fine with that. The game stays on to mid. Flamingo back onto the tower. They need to make it work. Kraken drops. Skylax is again isolated, not finding any target as the tower is struggling just to get to the checkpoint, Zari.
Yes, indeed. And Pelly pushing up with this bucket and the Decapitator right beside them, just making it infinitely more difficult for Flamingo to have any kind of staying power. And I'm not sure there's time. I don't think there's time at all.
Yep, time is over. Game 1 was very, very close, but Game 2 was all Kushrunk getting that control.
Yes, they knew what they needed to do. They had the shield for when they needed it, the Snipe Rider to pick off people from a distance, and just the map control and ability to kind of, once they find an opportunity, capitalize on it immediately. So, yep, just that snowballed into Cruel Strike's favor very, very quickly.
Yeah, and really great recognizing the situation on the side of Kushrunk, because we saw Kylex be incredibly dangerous with that custom range blaster, but every time the Kraken was activated, a Kushrunk would just go to the other side of the map and make sure that the fight with the important things would be to the other side of the map, and they would simply not fight that Kraken, but simply negate it, make sure that the Kraken was not in a useful spot by luring it away from the action. And it really worked incredibly well for them.
Yes, it did, and meant that wasn't really what they were looking for. More utility out of that Kraken, but Cruel Strike just didn't give them the option, because they would just adapt around it and lure it away from the main fight happening, as you were talking about. So that did mean that special straight off the bat just didn't actually help them all that much, Flamingo that is, when they needed it. But unfortunate, but it happens. Flamingo, that does mean they're going to be going down into the losers bracket, and Cruel Strike are going to continue on into round 3 of winners.
Yep, it's their turn to fight Futela, Zari.
Oh my goodness. Oh, good luck.
Good luck with that. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back with round number 3.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 of the winners bracket, where we have La KTM versus Distinct. So this is going to be an interesting set because these two, yet again, we've been having a great lot of sets where these two teams are very nicely matched. And Seed 4 versus Z5, absolutely. So this is looking like we're going to get some really good games out of these teams. But yes, there is a little bit of backstory to this first game of the set. Do you want to tell it, Pat?
Yeah, Zari. I mean, we were talking about it during the break as we were watching these two teams getting into the lobby. Distinct was playing a pretty big UK tournament this weekend, where they were doing pretty well. They got on to the final of the tournament.
Oh, actually, that was the one before. They've done it.
Oh, the one
different.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but this map, all you need to know is that Umami Clan Blitz is not Distinct favorite map. Unless they practiced it since, and I hope they did.
Yes, I hope so as well. Because yes, from what we've seen from them recently, this does seem to be a bit of a sore point for them. So they definitely need to kind of get through that mental block and figure it out. Because teams will just use it against them. And important to note that this is what's happening right now. Because it's not Distinct or not the team that have picked this.
Yeah, this was chosen by La KTM. And now La KTM looking to get in. That Blaster is doing the works, getting one, almost getting a second. And Zari, we didn't even mention that Distinct has a pretty unique composition and a unique way to play with both the tent and the stringer. Right there, La KTM pretty much unfazed by all that, getting in there, winning the fights, and chasing Afro away.
Yes, indeed. And we can see that Benji Fishy here is still like holding down in the spawn, ready to kind of push up further when their team turned up. And that's already 2 power clams in. And they're getting even more in, and that's 3 down for Distinct.
Yeah, and what moves by Benji Fishy right there. Very nice play by La KTM, absolutely shredding, getting to 33 right now. Distinct finally able to push them away, but I mean, as an opening push, that is crazy good.
Yep, that is a very strong place to start from for La KTM. So this is definitely Distinct need to find their footing and really need to kind of just get some more kills for them to make an opportunity to push. But with trades going out, that is kind of slowing them down a little bit from finding that.
Yep, and right now, La KTM defending as well as they can, but not well enough. Distinct with 3 players down and almost a 4th are pushing again. The tent is going to be punished, but all of Distinct has so many clams at the ready and are waiting for the opportunity to get in.
Yes, indeed they are. So absolutely. But as we're saying that, it falls apart, actually.
Yeah.
As 2 players end up going down, the tent trying to find their way in here on the left, but not able to really make any headway. And La KTM are back on the offensive and ready when they get the opportunity to push. Never mind!
Never mind! It's not working. Distinct are finding good fights into mid, are able to get some control, but the second they get near that basket, they hesitate, they wait a little bit too much, they let La KTM absolutely get back in there and win these fights. La KTM back onto mid, back into finding a way in. Both of these teams have so many clams, and now the Kraken is a fraud, and the opponent is going to give a way in. And I mean, if they don't get rid of a... Oh yeah, they do! And with 3 down, Distinct is getting another opportunity, but they need to use it this time.
Yes, they do. But as we say that...
Oh!
No, never mind!
Never mind, they get in!
They do get the approach, and we see here that the vacuum able to prolong this just a little bit longer. That is 2 down. Here we go. The 10 able yet again to help just a little bit more. But are they going to be able to put enough clams in? They need just a couple more. 3 more, which Ryan has. Is it enough? Oh my goodness. Distinct, we did not believe in you, and yet you're showing us that we really should. All right, that does mean that they just have to hold down the defense for the last 50 seconds here, until or a very good offense can just do it for you.
And this is distinct when they stop hesitating, when they know that they can simply get in, get more and more and more. Now LaKTM struggling to get back into this game, struggling to force Distinct to do anything. Rai is going to punish that bucket right now. Get another one with a crab. Beautiful crab with just 15 seconds left. Distinct has full control over this map.
Yes, indeed. And important to note that they would need both of those power clams to make the push work. One is not enough, but as they're getting picks here, that's 2 down on the side of Distinct. They need to stay alive here. No! Oh my goodness, are they gonna be able to come back in time? I don't think they are.
Just 1 point. Just one more clam would do it.
And LaKTM gets the lead back. What an opening game between these two teams.
Yes, indeed. Such a back and forth and such a struggle between both teams here. It looked like Distinct had the upper hand there, but just right at the end, they were not able to stop all of LaKTM whenever they got towards that basket. But still, the push they got in the middle of that game, or actually towards the end of it, was kind of incredible.
Yeah,
especially since they were so hesitant throughout the start of it.
And you need you need more than that to break a curse. That's the thing. On a map where you lose lots of games on, you start second guessing yourself a lot. And even when they had the lead Distinct, they were only trying to simply stay in control, keep in. And on this map mode, you can't simply stay on mid. You have to move forward. You have to win the next fight, because otherwise your opponent is going to get the opportunity. LaKTM absolutely getting back in there, showing how good they can do. Now we go on to more Clam Blitz? Wait, that's not supposed to be Clam Blitz. That's supposed to be zones.
Okay. So we are going to see zones.
We're going to reset, I guess.
Yes, they are aware. Thank goodness. Okay. So yes, we are not going to see Robo Ramen on Clam Blitz. We are going to see Robo Ramen on zones as the next set. But, you know, just in between, we saw it on Clams for just a second. But yeah, we've seen this already in another set earlier today. It's very standard Robo Ramen splat zones. So, but it's definitely, we were talking about this earlier, it's definitely the kind of map mode combination you need to have something to push through that choke. Because you're not getting to the zone without it.
And this is, I mean, the kind of spot where Distinct, Bow and Tent together can work with really well. This is the kind of map that they really like, because they have their ways to push in, they have their ways to punish what the opponent is doing. I feel like, I mean, this time we are going to a map that was chosen by Distinct, a map where they are not cursed with the worst games every time that they play on it. So I feel like Distinct still has a lot of opportunities to get back in. This first game was so close. Now that we're going on a more comfortable map for Distinct, LaKTM is going to need to keep the momentum, to keep what they've built in that game number one, and really press it. Make sure that they keep going, because Distinct is going to come hard on this map.
Yes, they are. They know what they're doing on Robo Ramen. They definitely have a comp that leans heavily into that. And yeah, I'd imagine LaKTM need to be ready for that.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Here. Yep. Here we go. And Lakitiam with the triple midline are very much they want the fights, they want to punish, but on the side of this thing still, that same composition, they kind of outrange Lakitiam, and that's going to be pretty rough for Lakitiam to simply get in and get into this fight.
Yeah, and it is important to note, especially with it, them still keeping that crab. That's even more range at times.
Yeah.
So that will definitely be a struggle for Lakitiam.
Ooh. Yeah. What a splat, and what a jump away by Rafa right there.
Oh, never mind.
Oh.
We thought they jumped to base. They did not jump to base. But okay.
Hey, it worked. It worked.
Yeah,
Worked again.
holding on to this zone and already down to into the 30s here.
Yeah.
KTM definitely need to find their way in, or this will be over before it's kind of even started for them.
Hey, that's distinct where they're strong, when they are confident. Now Lakitiam needs to find the base and to paint the ground. They need to do it fast. There's only 10 ticks left onto the zone right now, and Distinct is not letting go. KTM able to save it in the nick of time. We have a game.
We do indeed. But important to note, what happened there is the tent was out of position and the bow died, and that gave KTM the ability to push.
Oh no, they can get a reset. They're allowed to get a reset.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Oh. Oh, that is so sad. Distinct had such a lead, had such control over this map, but they lose a player.
Yep. Indeed. So wait, you were saying that they are able to reset this?
Yes.
Okay. Even with the push to 3?
Yeah, because it was Distinct that got the push to 3, and per Apple rules, it's on, like you're not allowed to set if your opponent got past 50.
Ah, okay. Cool. And we can confirm that KTM had not had the chance to do that yet.
Yeah.
They'd barely gone over that zone. So, yeah, we should be getting into this really no one is changing anything. As soon as everyone gets back in, we're straight back into that again.
Yeah, we are about now this thing, they need to do it again. They need to show that this was not a fluke, but their crazy good opening, they can do again. Now, like KTM, they know what to expect. They know what to get prepared for. If they're able to counter that initial push by Distinct, they get a good one. As I say, that shoot down onto like KTM. Distinct are getting in. Afro getting... Oh, I'm getting a third one. It's just Asta for like KTM. And here comes the grab.
Who's decided that maybe that approach might not work. But as we're saying that, Rai ends up in that corner all by themselves, and already that's a switch right back over again. Distinct not getting the opening that they had that first time. The bow not able to protect themselves.
KTM letting the opening go well, but finding the answer. Now they have the lead. Now they have so much control. Distinct are simply pushing, getting it done, and I mean, KTM not finding much there.
Yep. Yes, indeed. KTM just kind of continuing to hold, and that's working out for them as they are now into the 30s. This is very much the opposite of what we saw last time. Rai just trying to find a way in there, but not able to, as KTM are just going to be able to keep it. Wait, never mind.
Vacuum. Power of vacuum.
Truly. But that does mean that Distinct has a bit more time to play with here. But as we're saying that, it's not going to be much if players are going down left and right. And with KTM already on the aggressive again. This is going to be a struggle for Distinct.
A struggle indeed. LakeTM simply holding their lead right now. Distinct not able to get anything done. They have 2 players down. And they still need to find a push. LakeTM is done with their penalty, Zari, and Distinct is struggling in their own spawn.
Yes, indeed. Oh, players. There's too many players going down on the side of Distinct. They're trying to keep this alive, but there is nobody there. Oh, goodness. Okay.
That has to feel rough.
Yep.
That has to feel so rough.
Oh, Distinct. Just not going the way that it did the first time round. Unfortunate. Distinct. Still, they have one more shot here at continuing this. They're able to take this tower control map, then we will continue to into possibly a reverse sweep. It's still, until they've lost 3, they could still come back. But LakeTM are set up well now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Distinct do well. We've seen Distinct be very good on both of these maps, but on game 1 it just wasn't enough by a hair. And on game 2, they had to reset the game, and then LakeTM was in their heads, was countering what they were doing. I mean, Distinct, they need to switch things up. We know they can do good. We know they can do good enough to win. It's just but the stars are aligning against them right now.
Truly, and they're probably also in their own heads after these past 2 games. So they really need to get a hold of what's going on in their mental and just lock in for this 3rd game of the set. But that's, I suppose, what it's going to come down to. And let's get into it. Match point to LakeTM. Distinct need to find their footing.
Yeah, they need to, and I mean, again, we know they can do it. We know they have the tools. It's just a matter of making it work. Distinct getting rid of the tent. It doesn't work well in tower control, and they get the crazy good opening again. Come on, you can do it.
Goodness, Distinct, definitely they have their moments here, but every time we just see another player from LakeTM jumping somewhere else. But as we were saying, that crazy good opening disappeared in front of them, and already it is flipped well in the favor of LakeTM. They're pushing themselves, and they will, I'd imagine, get to that, with where Rafa is, right, or with where that player was, they will get to that checkpoint before Distinct can do much about it.
And Distinct right now, holding as well as they can. LakeTM pushing in there, getting a bit more. They're past the first checkpoint, they're getting to the second still with a numbers advantage, and with that pick onto Afro, Asta is still in there, getting a second one. It is just Rafa left standing for Distinct as LakeTM again is pressing their momentum.
Yes, indeed. That's 3 down. That's 3 down. This is the reset they needed.
Hey, we're in there. It's not over. It's not over, Zari.
It's certainly not. And that was a good bomb placement there from Distinct to stop that range blaster before they could try and continue that push. I just was not expecting them to land and immediately die. But yes, at the moment, LakeTM has such a lead. Distinct really needs to get the upper hand in first advantage, but at the moment it's very 2 for 2 right now, making pushing for Distinct quite difficult.
Yeah, Distinct activating the tripling strut, getting some ground. They know that if they can get some control over the tower, some momentum, they should be able
to get something going, but all of LaKTM is defending pretty strongly, making sure that nothing can go through, and Distinct with 3 players down. LaKTM is going to attack again, maybe get more points.
Yes, indeed. And as you look, you can see that there are 3 specials. Well, technically, they were all 4 are going at the same time now. They have them ready. They're using them. This should mean that they're going to get even more utility out of this push here. But definitely Distinct so far on the back foot here. They need to find some way to get rid of LaKTM, get them out of their base, and they're trying to protect this final checkpoint.
Ooh. Yeah, LaKTM not stopping, and with 2 players down onto Distinct, they're gonna get the 3rd checkpoint. Cooler activated. Oh wait, the answer by Distinct able to get invest. Nobody got the Cooler except for the 96 right now. Distinct keeping themselves alive, forcing LaKTM again away from their spawn, but they need to get a push, Zari. There's only a minute and a half left in the game.
Yes, they definitely do, and this is going to be a struggle with already 2 players down on Distinct. This is not looking good for them, as Astra is pushed up, and that is 2 more down. The 2 players that were still in mid are back to spawn as well, so that was a delayed wipe, and now we're into this last minute. Distinct, I don't know, they need to get out. They need to get rid of as many players on the side of LaKTM as possible.
I mean, Asta absolutely shredding right now. Nobody from Distinct can really get onto mid. LaKTM pretty happy to paint everything, make sure that no push is possible right now. I mean, Distinct have shown that they can, but on this map, they're really not able to get in, really not able to find anything yet. Asta punishing again. That squeezer is insane.
Yes, indeed. Finally, Distinct are able to push them out of there, but they have 2 checkpoints to get through, and then they need to get to the 3rd one. This is such an uphill battle, and there's already 2 players down and a Kraken inbound. It can't. Yeah, it has to be over.
Yep.
Oh,
That's the game.
Unfortunate for Distinct there. There was no space for them. Not really. LaKTM just constant. The onslaught unending.
Yeah, it was really LaKTM getting more and more control, getting into Distinct's head. And I mean, we saw LaKTM play better and better throughout this set and learning what Distinct was doing, countering it and adapting to it and getting stronger throughout all of this. In the end, LaKTM had the whole control for whole of that game. Distinct was not able to assemble a push.
Yep. They just were not able to kind of get anything moving, find any kind of momentum. And still that first checkpoint being as far as they were able to get before at any time, LaKTM would shut them down. So definitely Distinct just struggling there. And I do believe, at least partially, it is because of the 2 games prior to it. And the disconnect after such a good opening on that second game, just everything going wrong for Distinct this set. So they need to kind of well, this will be them going down into the losers bracket. It isn't over for them yet, but they definitely need to get their heads back into this as they go into that next set now in losers. But that does mean KTM will continue through winners onto our big bad boss of the day, Frutella. So that, of course, is the continued kind of way we're seeing things today. Who, of course, still going strong. But yes, so with that in mind, as we set up for round 4, which is actually semis,
Yep.
semis. We will go to a short break.
welcome back to Paddling Pool 283. We are now in winners finals of this paddling pool. Lots of teams have been through, and now we're about to see Royal Academy going against Kapanga Jopufringa Plus. Hot.
And I'm gonna call them Katrunk.
Yeah, Katrunk is nice. We're gonna call them. I wanted to say it once, you know?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you did that because then it meant that I didn't have to.
Yeah.
But yes, we are now in semis, as you were saying, and we are going to be starting on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker. So that is definitely a place to be starting us off. And both these teams definitely have been making their way through the bracket so far. So it will be interesting to see how they size up against each other, and especially important to note for Katrunk, they before the last set we just watched, we looked over at this side of the bracket, and Katrunk were versus Corrupted Light, who we see all the time here. That's definitely another paddling pool staple. But last we saw that set, it was 2-1 to Corrupted Light, and then by the time we came back here again, that very much went the other way. So it looked like Corrupted Light were winning that, but Katrunk was able to come bring it back and get into these semis versus Royal Academy. But just a little bit of background for you.
Yep, and here we go. Let's see what these two teams bring to the table. On the side of Katrunk, we have a very, very fast comp. They want to get in, paint everything, and set up traps. On the other side, I love to see the Tetras coming back. We never see Tetras, Zari.
Yes, that is very true. We almost never see Tetras. So, very much an interesting pick here coming out from Katrunk. And I hope it works out well for them because, yeah, we don't see Tetras. We don't see very many Julies often as well. So that as well is another thing to keep in mind. But yes, very much carnage in mid.
Yep, and Royal Academy getting the Rainmaker, not wasting a second. They're already getting in there with two players down on the side of Katrunk. They have a pretty good path onto the checkpoint right there, still maintaining that advantage. What Rainmaker play, very patient and absolutely deadly right there. That Rainmaker is getting on the checkpoint.
Yes, indeed. And that was still 2 down, continuing to be 2 down on the side of Katrunk. So Royal Academy able to continue this push going, though there is that Inkjet, which does immediately stop them in their tracks.
Yep, that's, I mean, it's not over. Katrunk has a lot of work to do, and thus they need to find all the people that are shocking all around. Punish the jumps in. Ooh, very nice punishes. It looks like Katrunk are going to get some control back as all of Royals we're kind of overcommitting in there.
Yes, indeed. They definitely kind of gave up mid for that. But as we're seeing, Royal Academy back again pushing out, but that did not end up going well for that. The Julie's there, as they do end up getting taken out and not making as much of an impact on getting back in as they probably were hoping. Yeah, this does look like Katrunk. They're still going to be able to at least try to keep this push going. There's jumps coming in, but they are not going to go well.
Yeah, very nice punishing game on the side of Katrunk. Now they need to get forward. They need to get that lead, and they get it right in there. 33 is very nice. Those tripling strikes are not going to find much, though. It looks like Royal Academy are back in control. Oh, wait.
What?
It was pushed to 28. There was a little extra push on the side of Katrunk.
Yes, they got a little bit more out of that, and every little bit will count in a Rainmaker game. Definitely, but that is so unfortunate. They did not see that bomb. But Royal Academy on the back foot here, as they do not have as many players in, but the Sniper Rider still able to keep up the aggression there. And yeah, Katrunk back to their spawn as Royal Academy able to get another push going.
Yep, I mean, Royal Academy, they opened it so strong. It looked like they were invincible, getting so much. Now they need to get back in there. They need to get another push. As this time, Katrunk, they know what to expect. They know how to fight. Ooh, very nice move by the Tetris, getting in there. Absolutely shredding. How do you survive that and get another trade?
Truly, I do not know. But they're getting that bit closer to getting lead again. But if Jasmine has anything to say about it, that's not going to be an option. Oh my goodness,
Oh.
that's a triple with the engine. Oh, okay, all right, that's one way to say nuh-uh.
Jasmine dominating right there, making sure that nothing goes through. And I mean, right now, Royal Academy still, they need to mount another push. They need to do something big again as Katrunk. Have the control and have that Rainmaker stuck into the side. That's going to be pretty rough. As I say, that Rainmaker's been reset in the middle of the map. That's going to be a final push for Royal Academy.
Yes, indeed, it's all coming down to this. They just need to push ahead about 9 more points past where they were to get lead. And there's already one down on each side, which is going to make this more difficult. But already Katrunk are on this defense, just holding them back. But is it gonna be enough? They need to kill that Rainmaker.
Yep, it's all in the hands of Royal Academy right now. They need to find the right push. A single bullet could end that game. The strikes are coming in, delaying a little bit more. Royal Academy waiting for the opportunity. Zifcaster is not there yet, but they're able to find 1.2. Oh, lots coming right back.
Inkjet!
Activating the inkjet. Oh, that was so close, Zari.
Yes, it was. But they were not able to find that lead in time, and that does mean that Katrunk will take that first game of the set. But oh my goodness, that was so close.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen both of these teams show how good they were able to do, how deep they were able to get into the opponent's spawn. Trunk able to sustain that push a little bit longer. Royal Academy got more pushes, were able to get a bit more of that. But in the end, one push is what decides things in Rainmaker. It's your best push that matters, and Katrunk were able to get the best push.
Yep. Yes, indeed. And then defend it to the bitter end. Just about in time. But that does mean going into this second game of the set, that Katrunk definitely have a little bit of an advantage here. They are a little bit more secure in that. They want to take this second game, but it does not immediately set them up to be on like losing match point if they were to lose it. So they definitely are in a little bit of a better spot here. But Royal Academy, absolutely, they are. You do not worry if you're Royal Academy. You can definitely take this back. We did see throughout that game they were able to get pushes together. They just were not able to get to the point that Katrunk had been able to with that push to, what was it, 28?
Yeah, they got to 28. And Royal Academy, they were circling the 30s. Now, Royal Academy got more pushes. They had more plays in the game, and in Clan Blitz that has to matter. Getting that control of the mid and getting, I mean, you only need to get to the basket. You don't need to get much further than that. If Royal Academy repeats the momentum that they had in
in game number 1, they should be able to be very, very dangerous to Katrunk. Katrunk, though, they have the 1-game advantage right now. And we'll see how they're able to do after we reset the lobby.
Yeah, just a little bit more of a delay on that. But yes, so definitely, this coming into the second game as well, it's such a different mode with Clan Blitz that you can't really take anything we've learned from that first game and overly apply it. They definitely will need, both these teams will need to have a way to get in, and the strikes may very well be helpful for that. Like, I'd imagine they're still going to play similar comps. I'd also expect that the Julies are going to be here to stay. So is there anything else that would definitely, like, you might think they might change, or thoughts on that going into the second game?
I mean, we've only seen 1 game. As you said, we can't extrapolate much. I feel like the weapons were working well on both sides. It was really a matter of coordination, a matter of really knowing how to play the objective and getting as much as you can from the objective. Royal Academy had huge firepower. They had great control over the map so many times, but when it mattered, when they got next to the spawn, when it was time to score the important points, there was someone from Katrunk to place the right bomb, to do the right thing to stop them. And Royal Academy, they need to recognize that. They need to recognize, oh yeah, in terms of fight, we can win, but Katrunk, they let us win the fight because they know that they can keep control over the objective. So now it's a matter of, can Royal really take control over the clan economy? The team that's able to play the clan economy better is likely to win this game.
Yes. And it will really depend on kind of if they are able to do that, and if they are able to keep up that aggression, right, that we've been seeing from them. If they have both the winning of fights and the clan economy, then it should go in their favor. But Katrunk definitely seem to find their way to the right kills at the right times.
Yep. The Tetras are coming back. I like to see that back. And Katrunk not changing what they did. They are still very much in short ranges, fighting, painting, getting more. They don't have a carbon roller anymore, but it's still very much the same philosophy of getting in there, getting into the fights.
Yes, it is. And they also still have that the rapid blaster for that inkjet on their side. So definitely a lot going on. And already there's the power clam built, but they still need to find their way in with it, which is not looking likely at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Academy, they got the opening fight, but they're still struggling to push in. As I say, that 3 down onto Katrunk. Royal Academy has a basket for themselves. Now it's time to score the good points. The jetpack is deployed by Jasmine, trying to get in there. Not going to find much. 62 is the score right now. With 3 down onto Katrunk, it's just a splash. Royal Academy are going to put a few more clams in there. Nila trying to survive, trying to delay things, but I mean, the basket's still open, Zari.
Yes, it is, but not for long, as they weren't able to get any more clams to deal with that there. There's still that player kind of sharking around that pit area as well, meaning that Katrunk can't really drop down into that with any kind of surety there. So they are still kind of just stuck right now, trying to find the defense and trying to kind of slow down whatever Royal Academy is going to throw at them. But that is not a good place to be, not if you're Katrunk. And already that pushed to 53.
Yeah, Katrunk using the strikes, getting in there, showing that they are still in that fight, reminding us that they won game 1 for a reason. And now with 2 down onto Royal Academy, it's Katrunk's turn to open the basket. Let's see how they're able to do.
They put the clams in. Oh, they have a very good and already tying up the scores. Just one more clam would allow them to get the lead. But the clam's not coming.
No, and Royal Academy are there in between them and the basket, stopping them from being able to do just that. But that was very quick. In a response, like a response push to immediately practically level everything out, level the playing field.
Yep, and right now, I mean, right now it's all about who is able to get the next push. Jasmine with the jetpack, almost able to get the splat. The rest of Katrunk able to get in there. With just one more clams, we could reopen the basket, but there's not the numbers. For Katrunk, they have to give some ground to Royals.
Yes, they do. They've got that power clam now, but that does very much put a target on Jasmine's back there, and makes Royal Academy well aware of where that power clam's going to come from. But it does not matter whenever you're just able to swim right on through. And there we go. There's a power clam in again, and another power clam coming in. Are they going to get the... No! They don't get the throw! But they still get the lead.
Yeah, at least they still get the lead. Not as good as lead as they were hoping for, but at least able to get it. 1 minute left. If Royal Academy gets one push, and they don't need much, they need... I mean, they have 2 super clams right now. 3 super clams. 2 of them would be enough to get the lead right now. Oh, Kachabunga is around them. They know where they are. They're activating all the specials with 1 down already. Nila getting in with a 52, getting 1. Ooh, it's not stopping. 1 minute left, and it's Katrunk attacking again.
Yes, indeed. And they've got the clams there. They've got enough to make the power clam and start pushing again. That's now down to 20. Royal Academy need to get them out of there, and they're running out of time for a push of their own. It will give them a pity, but that's a long way to go.
Hey, Zari, you remember that one pity clam that Katrunk jumped in with and lost without scoring the 20 points?
Yes, I remember that.
That could have been okay. Oh, but right now, Royals are in there getting in the fight. It's 2v2, and Royal Academy needs to get in the pencil, keeping that clam alive. They need to find a way in, but they don't have the specials they did in. Oh, a Reef Slider is getting in. They have the drums. They're getting there. 2 super clams in. They need more. They need a few more clams, and they have them.
One more. Oh my god. Coming back right at the end, right in overtime. Oh my goodness. That wasn't looking like they were going to be able to break through at the end there, but just in time, Royal Academy with that Reef Slider and with those jumps, they were able to see it, and that will even out the scores coming into Game 3.
Yeah, but I mean, these 2 teams are very much evenly matched, showing us that you need to stay in the game until the very end. Royal Academy, they got into overtime in both games. First one didn't work out for them. Second one, they snatched that victory. And now we're going to the next one. More games coming. This is best of 5, and I hope we get to see a game 5, because these 2 teams are showing us a show.
Oh, they really are. Yes, indeed. That would be such a fun thing to see this bring it down to that Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. But before we can get there, we are going to Barnacle and Dime on Splat Zones. So, yeah, we haven't seen Barnacle and Dime, at least in the matches we've seen so far. So interesting to see, because it is a very flat map, so it can work very well for the Snipe Rider, and can definitely let you see a lot. So the one thing I will mention is that Inkjet with the on the blaster is not going to get as much height as it would in other situations, because it's a flat map.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kachuk and Bunga again bringing their short range. That also means Royal Academy is very likely to win the first fight, especially on this map. The range advantage will be absolutely deadly. And look at that, Kachuk, they know it. They don't try to go ahead of the zone, they're just trying to keep themselves on the map right there. And it looks like it's working pretty well for them. Royal Academy not able to punish what Kachuk is doing. Kachuk is getting in there with a cooler now, pushing Royal Academy away.
Yes, indeed. If they're able to keep them off the zone, then they can definitely keep it in their control. But as I'm saying that, the Chile is able to take down the Inkjet before they can really get anything done there.
Yeah, very nice answer by Royal Academy, able to get not only the control over the zone, but also get control of the right side of the map. Kachuk, though, answering pretty strongly, getting 2 down, getting back into mid.
Yes, indeed. But that is that's 2 down on Kachuk, and that is maybe, I think, a delayed wipe as a response from Royal Academy there, and immediately putting it back into their favor and getting through those penalty points. They should be through them before Kachuk can really do much to stop them. There we go.
And right now it looks like Royal Academy are holding pretty strong. Kachuk, they're running in, but it's not working. 3 down, a wipe out. Royal Academy have that control, have it. More splashes. That Slosher is doing the work right now, and I really like their IGN. They did so much. Just 12 points standing for Royal Academy. Kachuk needs to paint, and they need to get it now, and it's working. 3 down. The strikes are gonna cap. Kachuk staying alive.
Yes, indeed. Oh, well done there to Kachuk, able to take that back when it was incredibly important to. But Royal Academy also very quick to switch the tables back in their favor, at least for a little bit here, to be able to get that zone. Though 17 isn't much of a penalty, but whenever you're still at that 71 point, that does at least make a lot of sense.
Yep, and Royal Academy back in control, back with the numbers advantage, punishing the Tacticula, and the drop. Oh, that's not stopping. These Tetras are on fire. Kachuk has no way in, and they need to get it fast, because even if they win this fight, they won't have much time to get to the zone, Zari.
No, they will not, but it might still be just enough. If they're able to pin. Are they going to be able to pin? And yes, they are, but 2 points! 2 points until that knockout. They are holding on by the skin of their teeth to this game.
Yeah, Royal Academy getting more and more. Stone Trapper with the Tetras not able to defeat too much, but with 2 players down onto Kachuk. This is going to be a rough one to get in. Royal Academy, they want the KO. They don't want to stop.
Indeed, they do. They really do. But Kachuk still putting up a hell of a fight to try and keep this in their favor and keep working on those points. 2 down for Royal Academy. 3 down for Royal Academy is going to mean that it's going to stay that way.
Yep, and Kachuk, they don't have any penalty left. Now they're the ones with the control of the map. Now it's their turn to initiate that lockdown. They have less than a minute, but if they're able to hold the zone just a few seconds longer, they could get the lead and the upset right there. Ooh. And it's not working. Oh wait, no penalty was applied. The Reef Slider was not enough. If Kachuk is able to keep it right there, but they lost 2 players. Royal Academy able to apply the penalty, able to maintain their power, and are back in full control.
That is so unfortunate for Kachuk there. They definitely were able to make a lot of headway, but whenever we're into the last 15 seconds of the game, you still have so many penalty points to get through. It's going to be a struggle.
struggle indeed. Katrunk are in control of the zone, but they lost 2 players. They need to hold and bait at the same time. It's not going to work.
It is not going to work, which will mean third game of the set going to Royal Academy. But Katrunk, trying so hard to get to that point where they would have had been on the equal footing there at the end, but there just was not the time left in the game for it.
Yeah, and I mean, with that, Royal Academy, who went down 1 game, are now up 1 game and looking to get qualified to winners finals. Katrunk fighting pretty well, keeping themselves alive in that game, but not able to get the comeback. They were so close, Zari, but it was not enough.
No, truly not enough for them. That does yet again show that these teams are very equal and are kind of figuring each other out. But the real question is Katrunk going to be able to come back from that in this tower control match we're going to see coming up next? Because Mako, this is a very close quarters map, filled with ledges. The bucket's going to have a lot of fun here. We might even see the return of the Carbon, in fact. Carbon's, it's like a playground.
Ooh, yeah.
So that would be interesting to see if we get to see that again. Just thinking the rest of them, like, you can definitely do work with that Rapid Blaster from a distance, but the map is so small that sometimes you don't have the right kind of angles you're looking for. So it'll be interesting to see if Yasmin is able to make that work. But we're about to get right into it.
Yep, and let's see how things goes. And you called it. Carbon's coming back. Carbon wants to fight, but the bucket is coming back on the side of a bucket and a range blaster on the side of Royal Academy. There will be lots of ledges being played in this game.
Yes, indeed. But already that Rapid is back to spawn. Starting straight out of the gate. That is 2 down on the side of Katrunk.
Yep, it's not stopping. We see more of that fight right there. And we see answer after answer. In this map, you don't want to grab the tower until you really have control over mid, and both teams are fighting for that mid left and right. The stacks are being assaulted on each side. The strikes are coming in, are getting punished by the range blaster, getting 2 and activating the Kraken. Wonderful moves right there, getting a triple. That's going to be the tower for Royal Academy now.
Yes, they definitely can make this work for them, and they should be able to, as long as they're still on that tower, able to get through this first checkpoint mostly uncontested. There we go. As we see, here come the Julies trying to find something in this backline, but just not quite able to. Doesn't end up working out for them as they tried to get that reef slider, but it's not as panic button of a special as you would like sometimes. It's a long wind up. But yep, they're still pushing though. Royal Academy still trying to keep this alive.
It's not stopping, and here comes the Kraken eating more havoc. Royal Academy are getting more and more off of this tower. As I say, that the tower is coming back. Katrunk were able to defend well enough. Just absolutely shredding.
Getting 2. Does end up being taken out there, but that is very well played from the Rapid Blaster here. But yeah, we're back into kind of a neutral moment here, even as Katrunk are trying to push until I'd say about this moment. This is when they actually have control enough to push. There we go, through that first checkpoint.
Yeah, getting that first checkpoint is pretty important. Now both teams are within the same checkpoints, and Katrunk are waiting for the right opportunity to push through, but they lost 2 players in the process. Oh, Nila not able to finding the splat. And the blaster is going to stop things right there. It's 2
versus 2, and the tower is moving back to mid. We're halfway through the game. Royal Academy still has the lead, but that lead is getting slimmer.
Yes, indeed. Especially since both of them are through that first checkpoint. It will not take much to get to, for Katrunk, god damn it, Katrunk to get that lead. There's really not much between them at the moment, except a lot of carnage and a lot of fighting.
Yeah, the next push could decide it all. It looks like the trunk are the ones on the tower. Just activating. The jetpack is going to find a trade with a pencil. That trade is huge. There's only almost a delayed wipe onto Royal Academy. The Kraken is coming in, but it's too late. The lead is taken by Katrunk. A minute and a half left, and Katrunk has the lead right now. Royal Academy needs to get another comeback.
They do indeed. There is time for it, but they are running thin on that. Especially since we are almost into the last minute here. And they need to get back to almost that checkpoint, the second checkpoint, to get the lead. And with what we're seeing in mid right now, no one is getting any kind of solid hold. They're just slightly edging ahead of each other. But as I say that, people are going back from Katrunk. This might be exactly what Royal Academy needs.
Yeah, this is the opportunity for Royal Academy. They don't have much time left. The strikes are coming to delay the tower, allowing all of Katrunk to get back in position to defend. There isn't much of a lead, and Royal Academy are pushing as much as they can. The tower is covered in suction bombs, and Royal Academy are struggling to stay on there with 25 seconds. This is our last push, Zari, and the Royals needs to get it done. Here comes the jetpack.
Yep, here comes the jetpack to stop them from being able to do very much, but also the Kraken looking for a kill here, able to find one, but only one, and they need to get back on that tower really soon, but that's 2 down on the side of Katrunk.
And now it is overtime. Katrunk, all they need is to throw the strikes at the tower. That's going to be game. We are going... Yeah, that's game 5, Zari.
That is game 5! Yes, indeed. All right. And that does mean we are going to see these two teams fighting it out on Rainmaker Humpback to be the decider. But oh my goodness. Oh, this has been so close between these teams. So close.
Yeah, Zari, it's been a set about answers. Each team getting deep into enemy territory, getting a big lead, a big push, a crazy good fight, and the other team answering in kind, absolutely shredding on both sides. It's been incredible, and we get to see the conclusion on an even map, a map that was chosen by RTOs to tie break this set. It's going to be Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track.
Yes, indeed. And what a game for it to come down to. These games are always tense. Humpback Pump Track doesn't come up in the map list all that often, but when it does, especially as a tiebreaker, you know you're in for a lot of fights in mid and then intense pushes, mostly through the elbows. So definitely this is looking like it's gonna be a hell of a game to finish out this set.
Yeah, great way to end it. Again, like this map, very much a classic of Rainmaker. That elbow, that first checkpoint, both teams are gonna get it unless we get a first push win, which honestly could happen between these two teams. I feel like both teams are going to get the checkpoint, and then it's going to be decided by who is able to push through the street the better.
Yes, who's able to get just that little bit closer. And whenever we remember all the way back to the first game of the set, it feels like it's been so long since that, because these teams, they don't do knockouts, they do prolonged into overtime games. So it's been such a long time since we started this set. So But if we remember, these two teams very back and forth, both getting very good pushes, but it just ended up being Katrunk because they got just that little bit further.
Yep. And Carbon's coming back. Of course, it's some back bump track. You want to bring a Vola. The blaster is back to away. Is not back.
They've left it behind.
Yep. But the
instead
slusher
we've got
is coming back.
Buckets. Yes, we've got buckets coming on both sides, and definitely that is the way to go with Humpback. They can do a lot of work here, but already one down, two down on the side of Royal Academy here, as Katrunk are trying to get this first checkpoint. Still not quite, and actually losing a lot of players for it.
Oh, getting wiped in there without getting the checkpoint has to be pretty rushed for Katrunk. Royal Academy are going to get a free push off of that. As I say that, all of Katrunk has already respawned, are already defending incredibly well. And Royal Academy are trying to put themselves in position. The Tetras are getting in there, and very nice whip slide up from the street. That's going to get the checkpoint.
Yes, indeed, and they're still pushing. One player had to drop down, and the other one cannot deal with the mobility of this. Oh my goodness, the Julies! They're doing so much work right now, but that jump, they just were not able to stay alive there. This should mean that Katrunk should be able to drop that Rainmaker down into mid, but oh my goodness, okay. Royal Academy starting out, well, not even, their reply was incredibly strong though.
Yeah. A very, very nice counter push by Royal Academy, really showing what you can do with momentum, and Bazooka getting two right there, and third one for good measure by their teammates. Royal Academy are not stopping, they have all the momentum right now, and Katrunk are just struggling to get to mid, Zarini.
Yeah, they really are. They're constantly on the back foot here. Regardless of what they're throwing at Royal Academy, it's not having the lasting effect they're looking for to kind of switch it into their favor. Especially right now, they're able to get one pick, but then immediately lose two of their teammates in the fights going on. But the Carbon is getting a lot of work done until the Julies. The Julies. Yep.
It's not over. Katrunk has the checkpoint, and now a single push could give them the lead. All they need to do is get their way in, and not yet though, because all of Royal Academy are in the defensive positions, are getting splats on to Katrunk. Katrunk are activating the strikes, they're waiting for the right opportunity, keeping the Rainmaker right there. Oh, Tetra's diving in, getting the grade.
But they were still able there to get two down, which might help them with the approach now. But yes, might very well help them. That bucket will be a bit annoying, but they should be able to keep the push going and get lead. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
What? It's not over, Zari. We need another comeback.
We do indeed.
I mean,
not
we know
on the
these
side
teams.
of Royal Academy. Yeah,
We know these
very
teams.
well could happen.
Yep. It's very much not over. Royal Academy getting the repop onto the Rainmaker, activating the Kudo with all of their specials, but they get punished by the Carbon. Ooh, Nilla.
Yeah, Nilla
punishing.
is definitely looking around, trying to see if there's anyone else they can get to. They have the Zuka ready, trying to put some more pressure on, seeing if they could get any kills with it. Not quite able to, but God, do they have a long way to go even now. Like, yes, get round this elbow, get onto that kind of plat area, but you then have to get to 4, and there's a Truly's. Oh, not anymore. Oh. We're in the last minute here. This is so stressful.
Last minutes. I could try. They could, like, if they manage to re-grab a Rainmaker, they could keep it here. They could
keep it here for the rest of the game. But Royal Academy has other plans. They want to get in. They have control over the street. And the Rainmaker is going to reset. 22 seconds left, Zari. And we are fighting for the break. The break is for Trunk, but all of the Royals are in there. They got the Slusher. They need to get rid of that carbon.
They really do. It's coming down to the wire here. They're gonna have to pick that up and be ready to do stuff to move with it. But oh my goodness, there's Nillis. Nilla was so close to getting the kill there, but the Rainmaker lives on and continues. But they are kind of stuck in mid at the moment.
Yep, it's not over. I mean, Royal Academy are waiting for the opportunity. I mean, first game of this whole set was that exact thing. With Royal trying to find a way in, trying to get the comeback with the Rainmaker. And right now, Royal Academy looking for the way in, clawing their way through, but they have 2 players down. They don't have much time left. And that's going to be the game. Katrunka Jopu Fringa Plus are going to advance onto winners finals.
Yes, they are after a long fought set there. Oh my goodness. All it came down to one hell of a push that they were able to defend against. But oh, that set, that was incredible. That was so back and forth. Both teams showing why they are in the semis. And Katrunk able to absolutely solidify that they're going to the finals and that they're gonna go and fight Frutella.
Yep. I mean, we've seen so much back and forth between these 2 teams. They can be pretty proud of what they did. I mean, there's a losers bracket, and Royal Academy have, with the skill that they've shown, I expect that we'll see more of them very soon. Because I expect them to get more wins and to stay alive in this losers bracket. But Zari, there's one person we have to say goodbye to.
There is indeed. Yes, I am finishing up with my commentating today and going to be I think I'm passing over to NM. I do believe, yes. So this will be the last you'll see of me today, but Pat, you're not going anywhere.
Nope, I'm not. I'm staying on the mic. And before we go, Zarini, where can I find you on the internet?
Oh my goodness, you can find me at SPL Zarani on Twitter and also Zarani on Twitch, where we love to play lots of different things, sometimes Splatoon, sometimes FPSs, lots of different things. But thank you very much for having me. This has been so much fun. Pat, normally we don't get to commentate together. We are like ghosts like boats passing each other. We just pass each other the mics over because normally we're doing different blocks, but this was so fun to get the opportunity to actually commentate with you.
Hey, it's not that often, but it's always a treat to cast with you, Zari.
But with that in mind, we're going to go to a short break as we sort that all out and get everything ready for the finals, which are coming up next. So do not be going anywhere. This would be not the moment to switch off. Absolutely not. And yeah, hope you guys have a great rest of the tournament and enjoy the rest of the commentating, Pat.
And welcome back! It is now time for the winners finals of this Paddling Pool 283. I am Pat, here with the one and only NM, ready to see the games.
Yes, I am ready to see some amazing Splatoon 3 action, Pat, and it's been quite a while since I've been in the seat. Since then, I know we had a little bit of a patch that nerfed a lot of top tiers, and I also know it didn't really do much. So I'm excited to see those top tiers come right back out like nothing even happened.
You're being a bit mean. It did. I think individually to one weapon, it doesn't change the fact that that weapon is still top tier. But we saw teams that were running just the pencil as the only painting option and having a squeezer and a range blaster on their team. These teams add a bit more paint to their roster, add a bit more weapons, to more variety in what we have, and that's what we want to see. We don't want to see these great weapons go away. We want to see more of these weapons, just a bit more diversity, and that's exactly what this patch gave us. As I say that, let's get right in the game. We already saw Katrunk play in winners semis. On the other side, returning after a break, it's Frutella with Erza as a sub.
Lovely, gonna be seeing. I love the comps coming out from both sides here. Seeing the zaps on both of them instead of that snipe rider. Again, this is much more of a short range Rainmaker wrap, and because of that, you definitely want that end zap to be your paint heavy weapon, gonna be able to be aggressive with the rest of your team. And both of these comps definitely have those comps that allow for aggression. And as we're starting now, we're already seeing some trades happen on either side here, as Jasmine is trying to look for a way out of this street, trying to go onto the bunker, but it's being blasted out of there.
And trades are exchanged. It looks like Frutella are getting more and more control. Katrunk not really able to... they're able to get that splat, but Frutella trying to get the checkpoint on the other side. It's not going to work, as Erza with the Kraken is not going to find anything. It looks like both teams are still fighting for mid, I guess. No checkpoints been broken, and the Rainmaker is still in there.
Yeah, no, nothing has been broken here. Already seeing 2 down on Frutella. They're coming back in hot, but again, they're just trying to rush for that Rainmaker and going down because of it. We see Punchy down there. We're already seeing Jasmine trying to rush in. Gets a nice trade on Erza there. And Nilla's just trying to live, able to get a trade on Cookie. It is literally a fight club down here in the middle of Manta Maria, Pat. And we're trying to see this slosher trying to make a name for themselves here to get this bunker in their control.
Yep, Frutella looking to get in there. They have a Rainmaker again. And they're pushing Katrunk again, but Slasher getting one above the wall, looking to get more with the strikes. That's going to be another dash onto the checkpoint. This time, Frutella able to get it, but they lost 2 players in the process, NM.
Yeah, no, they did, and they're losing more. Frutella already 2 down once again. We see here Punchy's trying to get their teammates back in. They backed up nice jumping material, but Cookies is already going down, and Jasmine is just trying to run around, but gets shot out of the sky from their Inkjet by Erza, surprisingly, in that custom range blaster, able to pair up with those crab tank shots to create some nasty damage before Nilla is taking them out with a carbon roller. And I definitely have to say, if you've seen it before, Pat, but I've never seen Nilla on that no, they're not on the carbon roller. Their names got mixed up there. I see the Nilla on the splash. That's more in line with them.
Yep, and right now it looks like Frutella will not be able to extend their lead. They got to 43. That's pretty nice on this map, but finally Katrunk has control over the Rainmaker. Finally Katrunk has the opportunity to get some momentum going. Jasmine with that Rapid Blaster still raining terror and trying to get more. We're waiting for that jetpack to come through, but yeah, here comes the jetpack, and that is going to allow the rest of the team to get in. As I say that, the Rainmaker is still stuck on the grates.
They're still stuck in there, and I think that's because, Pat, we're seeing a lot of those specials coming out from Frutella that are able to space them out. We see Punchy still in their crab tank, able to keep them out of that bunker. Even after being taken down, they did their job. They kept the Rainmaker out of their location and in mid to be able to stop a push from happening. And we see now, they're trying to make something else happen here, but it's going to take a lot for Katrunk to try to get back in there with all the members of Frutella on live, tacticoolered up, and getting closer and closer to their specials.
Ooh.
And we shoot down onto Katrunk. Oh, wait! Oh, everybody's dying to them! What's happening?
Oh my goodness, that Carbon just came in to become the Grim Reaper from Katrunk to take out everybody from Frutella there. That was brutal, but Punchy saying, no, I'm the Grim Reaper too. I'm coming in, I'm getting the picks, and I'm coming in here with the Crab Tank trying to get some lob top. Gonna be able to get the Carbon Deco. Absolutely insane here. Punchy is coming out full swings.
And now with the lead at 21, Punching's going in there. You know that every splat that they get delays things, and oh, wait, Frutella is on the checkpoint, on the goal. Just 1 point away, able to delay things more and more. Katrunk are responding as fast as they can. They're able to paint and reclaim the Rainmaker. Frutella, with 30 seconds left, are forcing Katrunk to go all the way. Katrunk has 30 seconds to get a KO.
Pat, all I'm saying is they have to knock out from 85. Katrunk still has to get a whole nother checkpoint and then dunk it. They have a lot to work with in just 15 seconds, and the Kraken coming in to stop this Rainmaker is not helping. Rainmaker only one alive. Jasmine down from the Kraken. The Rainmaker is gone. It's 6 seconds, and with Frutella basically watching this bunker like a hawk, it is going to be doom and gloom for Katrunk there. The first game going to Frutella and that amazing ending.
I mean, Katrunk, they didn't see the checkpoint in that first game. Frutella keeping full control. Katrunk was not allowed to get past Nick. Katrunk was not allowed to bring that Rainmaker to the bunker, to anywhere. It was a constant hunt on the side of Frutella, and even if Katrunk were able to get some good fights, able to get some good splats, the answer was coming all the time, and in the end, Punchy getting in there with the splash, activating the Crab Tank in enemy territory, forcing the Rainmaker in, really made sure that Frutella had that game in the bag.
Yeah, that push there from Punchy was just so good, especially when they were getting to those lower points. Punchy was just able to come in there, get the picks they needed, took everything out. Carbon gone. It was beautiful, especially after the Carbon got a double on their team. They were able to come in and take everything. Literally, Punchy just channeling that Grim Reaper energy to create everything they needed for a win.
Yeah, and it worked. It worked pretty well. Katrunk are going to need to switch things up if they want to get back into this set. That being said, we are now going on to Clan Blitz in Makoma. This is the Clan Blitz that you want if you want to get the comebacks, because if you manage to get one wipe on the other team, you get a free push that can score a lot. This map is so short, NM.
Oh yeah, no, Pat, I know very much well. I've seen a lot of matches where it's just both teams just running up on each other, scoring clams over and over, sometimes just being very dominant. I feel like with both of their comps, both of them have advantages in this map. We got the Carbon coming out from Katrunk. This is a very solid map for Carbon. Meanwhile, of course, you know, Slosher and Range Blaster, they're very strong weapons in and of themselves, but on Mako Mart, they truly shine.
Yeah, and there will be a lot of pressure onto that Carbon in order to get the splats for Katrunk. As I say, that shoot down onto Katrunk. Frutella are getting the first opening with a Tacticula and a Crab Tank. They are the ones pushing. They don't have that much clams yet, but they have control over all of mid. Now they can prepare whatever they want.
Yeah, Frutella has the space to prepare, especially getting that Neo Splash pick. The Slosher going down themselves. Jasmine going down here. Punchy is already channeling that Grim Reaper. Once again, I've been saying it so much, but they want blood on their hands, and they want it now, Pat. They're getting taken down, but they already start this first push for Frutella.
Yep, it's first opening of the basket. It's not going to find much. Katrunk able to answer, to defend, to push Frutella away, and right as we say that, they open the basket themselves, get 2 super clams in there, come with the PG clam. That's 60 to 80 right now. We're not scoring simple small clams, and then only the biggest clams for this basket.
Yeah, no, both of these teams, Pat, are just trying to get those bigger super clams in. They're not going for those smaller pushes. They're going for the big gumption pushes. And that is exactly what Urza is trying to secure, trying to come in on this right side. They're using the wave breaker, definitely a better special for something with a bunch of, different elevations and slopes. But with that, Frutella is able to score another super clam, but they don't have the economy right now to secure more.
And with that, that's going to be another push for Katrunk. They reopen the basket, another super clam. But they need the control. Okay, we put small clams now as well. That is very good for Katrunk. They score a lot. And Frutella is the one. It's their turn to struggle. It's their turn to really wonder, how do we stop the onslaught right now? 27 is huge. Katrunk got themselves a huge option into the game with less than 3 minutes left.
Ooh, oh my goodness, that Carbon just clocked them out of existence. But yeah, Pat, I gotta agree. We have such little time. It's just 2.5, that's still half of the game, but you definitely have to get a big push going for Frutella. They definitely have the economy to do it right now, and they're getting the picks to do it. Punchy trying to rush in, but Jasmine with the rapid is going to stop everything from happening, but not before Cookies is able to get one in, but not the other, and with those going down, Frutella still has their pity, Pat. They still have an economy going, but it's definitely going to be stopped.
Yeah. I mean, Frutella, they've shown that they can win the fights. They've shown that they can deny a little bit and take some ground, but they were not able to take control of the basket area so far, and it has caused them, as I said, at Yasmin getting in there with another crazy inkjet. That's another push for Katrunk, and they don't have any penalty left again. If they manage to put that super clam in, just 1 point. 1 point's all it takes. And the splash gets punished. There's no more clam onto the ground for Katrunk. Frutella staying alive, but it's their turn to need a KO and a comeback.
Just as you said it, Pat, it's truly ironic. They went from in a pretty cushy spot in that first game, needing the opposing team to knock out, to now them needing to knock out. And with only a minute and a half on the clock, they need to get something going. Again, they have the economy, they have the specials, they just need to start using their tools effectively. Wavebreaker coming out, Punchy trying to come in on this right side, trying to get some nice burst bomb combos, able to secure that super clamp. We're starting to get a push it and getting it down to 35, 2 down on the side of Katrunk here as, can the Carbon do something here? Gets a super. We're down to 9. We see the Slosher trying to go in for more to 3. They just need one more clam. Cookies goes down with the clam, but Kamachi comes in with the score.
I mean, Frutella saying challenge accepted and getting the comeback KO. What a game by Frutella.
Oh my goodness. That was beautiful there, Pat. Just seeing them up to the wall and then go from 60 to a KO, especially in that nail biter where Cookies had the last clams and they were taken out, but then Punchy comes in to save the day. That was just out of a storybook. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful, and that also means that Frutella get game number 2 is up 2-0 and is looking as a qualification for the grand finals. I mean, Frutella is very much, every time they enter Paddling Pool, a favorite to win it. But Katrunk, they looked so strong until there. They were almost able to get that KO, just a single clam decided that they wouldn't get it, and that Frutella got the comeback of the century. Whew.
Yeah, I definitely got to give that the comeback of the century, because Frutella, they really came back there. And as you say, Pat, yeah, they are, as long as I can remember recently, they're always the ones that are coming into Paddling Pools, the favorite in the audience. They get the wins, they get everything they need, they get the results. But Katrunk, they're always so close to getting these wins. It's not easy for Frutella. They still have to deal with Katrunk and all their shenanigans. But now we're seeing a bit of a shakeup in turn for Frutella. And actually, both sides, the Carbon and the Range Blaster from Vice Versa, are going to be gone.
Yeah, a bit more paint on the side of Katrunk for zones. It's zone for tower control. I mean, for this map, it's going to allow them to have more control over all of this. And since this map is so open, Carbon is not that useful. And it pays off. Katrunk gets the control of the map right now and already pushing the tower.
Yeah, already going here. We're seeing Katrunk just trying to paint. We see Nilla here, they're painting for a triple ink strike right now because triple ink strike is going to be very vital on how they play this mode. They can just strike and spam that tower, and that's exactly what Nilla's going to try to do. Trying to rush in, but so many of their teammates are going down, and Neo Splash is definitely not your first option to go in and fight the Slosher, so they're going to back up a little bit, try to save their life, as we're seeing Frutella start to make a push of their own.
Yeah, Frutella going in, activating the strikes to disperse everybody. They are at the checkpoint, and with a crab tank, they have a very, very good way in. The strikes are too late. The checkpoint is broken. Frutella looking to get more in there, but Katrunk, they're all here. They're all fighting. Chew down onto Frutella. It looks like Katrunk are going to defend pretty well. Oh, no!
Oh, Jasmine not going to be able to secure what they need to as Nilla is going to be taken out there. Oh my goodness here as we're seeing Urza trying to rush in with the Rapid Pro. They definitely have a lot of range here, but again, we're seeing that Zap just rush in their face. Even if it's a very supportive option, it can rush in, it can fight, and it can take picks, especially with its 30 damage now. That it got buffed a little while ago for that, and it definitely feels a lot better as slaying. But as we're saying that, Frutella need to find a way in to get some more points. They definitely need to get some picks, and Punchy the Grim Reaper, you call the Grim Reaper to get some deaths, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Can they get Bebo? They're going to get a second. They might try to get a third, but it's not going to be the case.
Yep, and Frutella has stayed here, has kept the tower around here for now 2 minutes, it feels. They've been pushing over and over. Katrunk able to maintain the game there, but not able to push Frutella away, and the crab tank is going to get extra splats. Punchy again being so dominant with that crab.
I have to agree. Again, just everything coming out from Punchy, honestly. Not even just the grab. That's why I'm calling them the Grim Reaper tonight, because they are quite literally the Grim Reaper. Whenever you come up against Punchy, you're gonna die, Pat. There's no saving you. You see Punchy in a dark alley, you're gonna die.
Please no, not Punchy, and Trunk are defending incredibly well. They're still in there. Chew down onto Frutella. This could be this could be their opportunity to get back into mid. What a defense, Katrunk holding so strong. Now it's their turn to push, maybe. No, well, the crab tank was activated. They have to move back again.
Right, you are, but we're already seeing, all right, 52 going down. We're seeing Boo Boo, they're trying to find a way back in. They have Tacticooler active. They can be a little bit more reckless with what they want to do, trying to rush onto the Slosher here. But what's right behind you with the Slosher? It was Punchy the Grim Reaper again, as we're seeing control for Katrunk, but they're starting to get split up. Jasmine's going to go down. We're seeing that 52 alone, able to take out the Slosher, but being taken out in return here, as already Frutella is getting it back in that corner near that first checkpoint, being like, you're not getting this tower. You're not getting it. We're keeping it right here. We want it right here. This is our estate. You're not moving it.
Yep, and as we are not moving, Frutella able to get 2 down, but the answer by Katrunk, they're keeping themselves onto the map right now. 1 minute left. But Frutella is pushing the tower again.
Pushing it further and further, seeing Punchy getting on the tower. They have the crab tank, which coupled with those triple ink strikes is going to be devastating. But who's that coming from the left side? It's going to be that 52 able to take out the crab tank, try to take out the Slosher. There we go. This is the Grim Reaper of the opposite side for Katrunk as they're trying to get some more picks. The Killer Whale coming out here as it seems AGL's trying to make something happen here in a corner. They need to figure something out.
The fight is still going. 25 seconds left for Katrunk to get the tower. They have the jetpack activated. They have everything they need. They need to stay on the tower. They're at the checkpoint right now. And they are holding. Oh, Frutella is still defending. The crab tank is not enough to stop them from getting the checkpoint. And Katrunk is getting forward. The strikes are dispersing Frutella. Free down onto Frutella. Katrunk is getting away.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, no way. Just the Neo Splash. The Neo Splash bought this whole win for Katrunk. You saw, Pat, how they were all just bundled together near that ink rail because of the triple ink strike. Literally because of that triple ink strike placement. It is going to give last second Katrunk their first win. They could make a reverse sweep here, but oh my goodness, that turnaround.
What a game! Katrunk surviving so long. They were hanging on by a thread for most of that game, but they are reminding us that it's never over, that you can always come back. If you find your way to the tower, if you get some momentum going, and you use the map right, I mean, that final triple ink strike really forced Frutella to move in awkward places and allowed Katrunk to punish, get the wipeout, get the victory. What a game, NM.
Pat, that was just beautiful, that game, especially at the end. This set is a set that's going to go down in history because it's so many times during those ends where it's just like such a beautiful display at that end there. Yeah, those triple ink strikes secured that win for Katrunk, literally turning the entire tide with just one good special popped at the right time and in the right place. And now we're going into this fourth game, Flounder Zones. It seems Katrunk's like, we won that last match, let's keep that same comp. Meanwhile, Frutella's like, that rapid deco, I don't think that's going to work out. The range is what worked for us, so let's bring that back into the formation.
And NM, Flounder is what we call the Frutella special here on the paddling pool. This is Frutella's favorite map. They always bring it and they always slay on it. It's going to be incredibly tough for Katrunk to win on there. And Frutella already on top, already in control of both of the zones. It only took 30 seconds and they already have the upper ground.
Yeah, they already have it. We already see Parmigiano, I'm sorry for butchering that if I did, already getting nice control of that right side. We see Bibu trying to make something happen, tactical or popped, and then just going in there.
It's not stopping the crab tank from the top of the map. Katrunk has to move away, has to give ground. We have more than halfway through the points for Frutella, and they're holding the zone pretty strong. The strikes are not enough, because there's 2 zone, it doesn't matter. Right now, Frutella are holding pretty strong, but with 2 down, it looks like Katrunk are finally back on top of the map. They need to apply that penalty.
Yeah, they need to make something happen here. They're starting to make something work, able to take their zone back, but Katrunk has to make a nice push. They're starting to make something happen here, the 52, but no, the triple ink strikes are going to create a wall to drown it out, trying to get a bomb in there, but Punchy's coming out with this crab tank, making sure that nobody comes up on that bridge. 2 down on Katrunk already here, as we're seeing Frutella just making that run back, able to take out 1 and secure that zone, as it's just going to be 20 points left on the board, Pat.
And penalty was not applied. Now Katrunk needs to run at the zone, need to throw everything they have. Frutella simply painting, keeping that control. They're going to go into grand finals with a 3-1 win.
It's going to be Frutella that's punching their ticket towards those grand finals. And Pat, you said it when we started the Flounder Heights, but it really showed just how different the story was in this match compared to all the others. It felt even with both sides on both teams throughout those first 3 matches, just down to those last little seconds. But once we got to Flounder Heights, something awoke in Frutella. All the practice they had, it's their map, and because of that, they showed their expertise on it.
It's their map. They know the dynamic. They know that moment Katrunk had the push, were able to get back on top. Frutella perfectly recognized it and did everything they did everything they needed to do to keep their zone, to make sure that penalty was not applied, and then they could punish again, and then they could get back in again, and then they had the KO for free. Thanks to that, they knew exactly how to play on this map. And having this weird map that you know how to play on better than anyone else really pays off. Frutella advances to grands.
Yeah, they're gonna advance to grands just because of that expertise on one of those, lesser known maps. If you have that and you bring that onto the table for a set like a winners finals, you're definitely gonna show off your expertise and be able to have that little bit of an advantage due to the time and effort you put into something that you don't really see a lot. Because that maybe if Katrunk knew that, they would have tried a little harder to get those first 3 games to know like, okay, Frutilla is gonna go crazy on Flounder. Let's make sure they don't go to Flounder, and if they do, we're gonna be praying.
Yeah. But it is not over. Frutilla is very much on top of this tournament right now, but another team will come to challenge them very soon. We'll take a short break and we will be back with the losers bracket, where we will see more games. Do not go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and here we are on the loser side of the bracket here for the semis. I am NM here to enjoy some nice Splatoon action here with the lovely Pat, as we're going to be seeing La KTM versus Royal Academy. And how do you think this is going to play out, Pat? Because we were just watching Royal Academy's match to get into the loser semis themselves. What do you take from what we just saw, you know?
I mean, Royal Academy is a team that we saw earlier on the mainstream. So we also saw La KTM. We've seen both of these teams play. They're both very, very strong teams. I have to give it to Royal Academy because they brought it to game 5 against Katung, who is now waiting in losers finals. Royal Academy we're so close to being qualified for the finals already. It's their second shot now at it. They have to go against La KTM. La KTM, I mean, they've been doing incredibly well in this tournament. We've seen them play so many times here on Paddling Pool. They're climbing the ranks. Lots could happen. I think Royal Academy has a lot more momentum going into there, but La KTM, pretty good answer, and given the fact that it's a best of 3, this could go very fast. This could go very, very fast, and we'll start on Crableg Capital for Clam Blitz.
Crableg Clam Blitz. I mean, what has not already been said about this map? I feel like this map is definitely one that, honestly, looking back on it, has some very insane playmaking skill because making my commentary reel, like I told you earlier, Pat, I've been going through a lot of Dapple Production clips to see what people liked. And a lot of clips on Dapple Productions channels, I have to admit, are insane Crableg, Rainmaker, Inkvac, or Clam Blitz action. Like, that's what I see a lot. It's like, dang, you can do a lot of stuff on Crableg, more than I realized. But now we're getting into it, and we're seeing some interesting weapons on either side here.
I feel like this is the map where it's pretty rough to get under the basket, to get really deep in. But that also means if you want to get in, you're going to have to make that one crazy play, to make that one great move, as the Tetras are doing right there, creating the trade but forcing all of La KTM to defend. That means, look at that, the rest of the map is now green. Royal Academy has a lot of control right there, and with the Zipcaster, they're looking for a way in. The Kraken is answering though, and both teams are going to fight. The fight is going for La KTM this time.
They're able to get themselves out of that defense, trying to go for offense, but there's still somebody on those grates. They're going to go down. 2 going to go down there, as we're already seeing Asta setting up in mid, trying to seed out the rest of Royal Academy here as they're getting their teammates onto mid. They have the Zuko, but they're going to get taken down by the Tetris coming out of nowhere, getting taken down in return here, as we're already seeing first Clam on the side of La KTM, as they're just trying to run in, stay a little alive in this mid here, though.
And this is where the pencil on the side of Royal Academy gives the extra range, gives the extra control over the map. La KTM struggling to get in. They lost one player, they have to move back, but 2 players down onto Royal Academy could mean the opportunity for La KTM to get in. The 96 bringing with the Kraken in. It's not enough. Ooh, what a fight right there. La KTM has the way in, but do they want to throw themselves inside? Yes, they're able to open the basket now, and with a few more clams, they score the points and 2 down onto the Royals. La KTM are in the lead.
Yeah, they're able to get the lead here, Pat, but that doesn't mean that Royal Academy is going down without trying. Already able to take out Mia, and we see this Stamper trying to get more. They're close to a Zipcaster, which they can use to seed around, try to get the back alley shots onto La KTM, which they might try to do. Going up on this top right side here, they see Benji trying to take him down with some slashes, not able to here. Benji going to be able to stay alive, trying to come in on this left side with this Kraken, which they could use to disrupt any flow that Royal Academy has here, seed out this squeezer from their wall or something else, like getting that Tetra down there.
And the Kraken is going to find the splat onto the side. As I say, that Royal Academy are pushing in, are getting their way under the basket. They have a super clam ready, but they don't have that much more clams left. La KTM is struggling to defend right now as the Royals are opening. They don't have that big of a lead to get back from, and they are holding that basket pretty strong.
They're holding it well here. We're seeing Royal Academy, you know, especially the squeezer on this top right side on these grades, able to make some nice range, is doing a lot towards Lock ATM. Asa, though, able to take it out, squeezer of their own, and starting to seed out the rest of Royal Academy. Getting the Tetra, trying to run in, trying to get the other spawn trapper here, but it looks like one was able to score. It was a Stamper all the way in the spawn, but not able to do much after that, as we're already seeing Lock ATM trying to make a difference out in mid.
And very, I mean,
Ooh.
like ATM able to defend in well enough, able to stop things. Royal Academy again onto the zone right there, and that's the power of a good pencil painting so much, forcing the Kraken to come in, but Kraken is running in circles.
Oh my goodness!
What a trade.
Oh my goodness, that is just that is a
Yeah.
trade. That is
Yeah.
literally a trade, Pat. There's no
Yeah.
other way to describe it.
Yep, and this is a push by like ATM, getting the lead right there and getting a lot of clams in here. Just 4 more small clams is all that Lack ATM needs. They have the jumps in, and they only need 1 more. They have it, and that's game for Lack ATM.
Able to make a nice push at the end there and get all of those clams into the basket to secure their first win. While KTM is already in a position where they're sitting pretty. They just need 1 more win in this best of 3. But just as always, anything can happen, but they still have that, you know, that bit more of an advantage coming up into these next 2 games. They only needed that 1 more win compared to Royals 2. And now they have to figure out something for Zones Mako. They did well here, but they got to figure out if Royal Academy is going to try to pick anything on Zones Mako. And they do have a Reef Slider weapon. They do have a Tetra, which could try to make some Zones cheese happen. But either way, we're going to see in a matter of a few seconds.
Yep, it's pretty rough going that far into the tournament and still having to fight a best of 3. Has to be pretty rough, but that's how it goes. Royal Academy needs to win the next 2. Like ATM showing dominance, proving me wrong. I was hyping up Royal Academy before this game, but now Like ATM really felt in control of this.
Yeah, you know, you were hyping them up, but sometimes even with like some of the best players you see out there, all it takes is for one matchup, one other team. It doesn't have to be a top team. It can be a mid-low team, but as long as it's one that's able to get into your head, they're gonna take you out. That's all they need. Just have those right puzzle pieces in order to fit in your puzzle and take you out. That's all that La KTM needs, and that's what they're already showing in that first match, and they're definitely going to try to go the whole 9 yards to finish out this set, Pat. Do you think Royal Academy has the assets that they need in order to take back these next 2 games?
Oh, I think this is not over. Royal Academy have a lot of depth in their roster. They have a lot of experience of this kind of tournament, and now both teams are going to bring their best ledge options. We see both on both sides a Slosher and a Range Blaster to really try to deny every ledge. It's going to be decided by a lot of different fights. The Pencil are going to give a bit more range to Royal Academy. It's all on whether Lack ATM is able to break that range, get into there and punish that Pencil.
Oh,
3 down!
3 down already on Lock KTM. It's just the Zap left alive, but it looks like Spawn Trapper has a look on him, but they're gonna go down it. Oh my goodness, the bomb!
That's control for Royal Academy. Lack ATM losing 2 players, but they're still fighting left and right. We see the 2 Krakens hugging each other, and now Lack ATM has to move away. And Royal Academy is still very much in control despite having less players. It's a wipeout. Lack ATM gets control of the zone. Now it's their turn to establish themselves, to establish that defense of the zone.
Pat, when you said there were going to be fights here, I didn't imagine it was going to be this bad. These are fights. These are scraps. Everybody's scrapping against each other today. We're already seeing this Slosher going in to get some nice triple ink strikes onto the zone. But as I'm saying that, Lock ATM has a little arsenal of their own, is already rushing in with these strikes. Going to be able to take down two. Asta coming in from down low, trying to get a little more. We're seeing the other Slosher on the other side, able to trade them out. Another trade in this game here, as Royal Academy is left in a corner on this top right side, but the Kraken is coming in to save the day, looking just for that jump, able to get Asta 2 down on the side of Lock KTM here, as the paint is going for Royal Academy, but they just need a little more.
Royal Academy able to paint thanks to that pencil, thanks to that extra range, but LaKTM is back in control. LaKTM has a lock onto this map right now, as we see. Ooh, Royal Academy still have some fight into them, but they still have their way in. They need to paint the zone. They're lacking the way to paint the zone now.
They're lacking to find a way to paint the zone here, but we're already seeing, Royal Academy able to get a pick. They're trying to run in on Lock ATM. They have all their players active, but that Trizuka is definitely going to say something about that. Able to take out that range. Asta left here, having to back up on this right side, but able to get a cooler, pop their strikes. They're running back in. They got the zone. They want this other Slosher gone. They want to take this stack. They're going to be able to. They want that range too. They're hungry for blood, but they're going to be going down. The range able to help take out two, as they're already pushing up. Royal Academy definitely loving how this is starting to go out, but it's still very tense for them. They still want to make something more happen, but Lock ATM is dropping in and is starting to get heads rolling.
It is not stopping right now. Lock ATM back in control with 2 minutes left. They have a pretty good lead, and they're oh wait, 2 down. 2 down. This is a push for Royal Academy, who are going on to the zone, preparing to take. Like ATM able to respond fast enough thanks to the cooler. They are back into the fight, and they're keeping the zone, and
Yeah, no, they're keeping that zone, Pat. They are not letting go. Lock ATM able to keep it going. The triple ink strike just trying to make a whole wall around it, but they're 2 down yet again, leaving Asa in the range, leaving just the range here, living, and they're going to be wiped out as Royal Academy is able to take the zone back. And now, Pat, this is Royal Academy's time to shine. They need to keep Lock ATM out, but with the zap popping their tactic cooler, that means they're going to have a lot less to worry about here. But that Kraken, is this going to be a Kraken fight? It's going to be a Kraken fight!
The 2 Kraken staying on top of each other. Okay, letting the other one get away. And Royal Academy, they don't have any penalty left, but as I said, that penalty is applied. Like ATM keeping that lead solid with less than a minute left. Applying penalty here is so important for Like ATM. They're forcing Royal Academy to fight more. And we're 3 down! 3 down, and Like ATM has a very, very solid option onto that game and onto that whole set.
I gotta say, Pat, everything that's ringing in Royal Academy's brains is take Mia out. They were getting so many picks there, them single-handedly becoming the Grim Reaper and turning the tide of that game, of those encounters. But now they're gonna be going down, able to pop a wave breaker, and a nice pick onto Benji here as we're seeing Royal Academy. They're able to take back the zone. They need to paint right now, though, because the triple ink strikes are coming to take it back. One's coming down. Mia's coming in, trying to take out the Spawn Trapper, gonna take him out. The zone is in Lock ATM's favor, and with that, they are going to be knocking Royal Academy out of the bracket and are going to be moving on to the losers finals, Pat. Absolutely beautiful.
What a game. We saw trade after trade, comeback after comeback, but every time it felt like the last player standing was a player from KTM. KTM able to simply stay on the zone a bit longer, to keep the zone a bit longer, to outpace Royal Academy just a tiny bit. And with that, they denying the game 3. They go into losers finals.
Now they're sitting cushy in at least that top 3 placing. As you were saying, Lock ATM, they were always able to keep at least one of their members alive, to pay attention to the zone, to get strikes on the zone, to pick out any, loose ends from Royal Academy. And because of that, they were able to take that win there. And it was definitely close. A lot of scraps, a lot of fights. But in the end, it was Lock ATM that was able to keep alive. And now they're going to be moving on to the losers finals, which will be coming in just a little bit after a short break as we get the lobby set up. But don't go anywhere, as this losers finals is going to be heat.
And welcome back! It is now time for the losers finals of this Battling Pool 283. I am Pat, here with NM. NM, are you ready to watch this set? We're now back in best of 5.
Yep, back in the best of 5, and I am more than excited to watch this set, Pat. Looking at the bracket, both of these teams did really strong in the winners, but both of them have a common theme of getting knocked down to the losers bracket by Frutella. And now they're both going to fight it out in the losers bracket in these finals to see who's going to get the revenge set against Frutella, who's going to climb back to winners to try to usurp them from their throne. It's just a matter of who's going to win between each other as we start here on Special Spam, the map. Splat zones on bat. I mean, you can't argue with me on that. It's been in Splatoon 2. It's been in Splatoon 3.
No, it was in Splatoon 2. It's not the same anymore. It changed. It's completely different map. And Special Spam, I mean,
you're still going to want to play for your special because the map is so wide. You have so much paint you can put on the ground. There's still the opportunity to get your special a lot, but it's also a map where you want to get these right fights everywhere, where you want to stay coordinated. I've seen so many times teams grab the zone while the other team was pushing onto their streets. There are so many different counterplays, and you're underselling that map.
You know what?
I rest
You're
my
fair.
case. I rest my case.
You do rest your case. On top of the fact that, Splatoon 3 is less of a special spammy game in and of itself. It more so relies on those fights. And because of that, it's more in line with, like, say, Mako zones in terms of, an ideology I could see where it's just like, it's one of those maps where you have a lot of different elevations and, AoE weapons will tend to thrive a little more, but it's more so dependent on fights. But there is still a little leeway for special spam to, be able to take the zone, but it's not going to be a dominating force. But it's definitely still something that could come into play.
Yeah, lots could happen between these two teams. We'll see how they're able to do. I mean, there will be a lot, and as you said, both of these teams have one thing in common, is that only one team beat these two teams. It's Frutella in this tournament. So very much the thing to know, who is going to stay there, get third place in this tournament, who is going to get another shot at the revenge against the monster that is Frutella. It's going to be a rough one, and honestly, these two teams have both shown how resourceful they were able to be, how fast they were able to fight. I can't wait to see how they're able to do against each other, because honestly, they've both surprised me a lot by being here, so I can't wait to see what they're able to do.
They both, shown their prowess to me too, how well they're able to fight with each other against the opponents, their resource management, always being able to have members alive. With that, I'm excited to see what's going to happen when they're placed against each other to be able to try to fight against Frutella. But as I'm saying that, we're getting into the first match here, seeing the comps loading out, seeing the carbon coming out. We've seen time and time again from Katrunk. Meanwhile, we're seeing, both teams coming in with the Zap. It is one of those, more short range maps. Nightbrider is still very well, but the Zap's still going to do very well too.
Yeah, no range right there. Both teams want to fight, and we want to see these fights happening. As I say that, it looks like Lucky TM is opening incredibly strong. The Slusher is getting a third. What? An opening by Asta right there, just getting in and slapping everybody to death.
Just slapping them to oblivion. They're able to take out Jasmine already. Atsa putting in the work on this Slosher, and it's going to show here. They definitely want to be in a nice position. They have strikes at the ready, which they are using to counteract these strikes, but they're getting just swallowed up there while Jasmine is coming in, trying to take out anybody they can from Lock KTM, able to take the zone, and they're keeping it going on this right side.
Yep. The fight is not stopping. Lucky TM able to answer pretty fast what Katrunk is doing. They take that control away. Jasmine has to jump out. I mean, Lucky TM has a pretty big penalty to get rid of, but they're fine with that. They have so much control in them.
They do. They have an immense amount of control, and we're seeing Jasmine coming in with the strikes, trying to make something happen, able to take the zone back, trying to fight, takes out Mia, trying to go for a little more, trying to get a pick here. Can they get Benji? They're just backing off a little bit, though, but no, they're coming back. They want the picks, but they're not going to get them. Two down on either side here, as it looks like Katrunk is going to be the ones in favor to keep this zone.
Yeah, Chunks stay on top. They don't have any penalty right now. All they need to do is paint around for a bit more special. Here comes the tripling strikes pretty soon. I mean, that's going to be a lead swap for Chunk if they want it. Oh, wait! How did they cap so fast?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it myself. It was just all swallowed up in those triple ink strikes. But, I mean, that was beautiful coming out from La KTM. They have to figure something out, though, in order to get the zone. My mind is everywhere after seeing just that switch come out. But we're seeing Jasmine just trying to get some lob shots to make something happen here.
Ooh, very nice one. Almost getting a second one, but La KTM
is back on the attack. They're gonna lose the lead right there, but both teams are still fighting pretty hard, and here comes the strikes and the cooler for KTM. They're going to push in, they have the zone, and now they need to clean up. They really want to get Katrunk out of the zone now, but 2 down, and 2 down.
It is 2 down, and I gotta say this, Pat, this is probably why Katrunk is doing very well on this zone, because not only do they have those 2 triple ink strike weapons, but it's that Neo Splash on this map. That is going to be a demon for paint and a demon for those tri-strikes. Alongside Jasmine getting tri-strikes on their own, that's just gonna mean La KTM for these next 2 minutes are gonna have to deal with double the strikes, and hell, even triple the strikes with how much Neo Splash is able to pump them out.
Yep, and it's pretty strong right now. Katrunk, they were behind at the start of that game, but now they are on the zone and they are not letting anything go by. Not much penalty left onto them. La KTM needs to address things fast. Here comes the strikes onto the zone. That's not enough. It's still neutral. No penalty. And Katrunk extends their lead.
Yep, able to extend their lead, but not able to protect their teammates from going 2 down, leaving just the Splash and Carbon alive, trying to make something happen here. Carbon gonna go down, just as Splash here trying to keep their life going. All the killer whales are coming out as they're the last ones going to jump out, but that means, Pat, that La KTM are sitting very pretty here in mid. Just have to keep out Katrunk for a little bit longer in order to secure the lead.
Yep, and it looks like we are getting there. Just a few more points. The strikes are not enough to take the zone, and that's going to be the lead for La KTM. Less than a minute left, and Katrunk are going to need something big. 2 down on each side. We're still fighting for that zone.
Still fighting for the zone here. 30 seconds left. Trying to go on the left side. 1 down. Benji trying to make something happen here. Can they get more picks? Can they get the zone? Trying to make it going. Going to be going down, though, here as we're seeing La KTM able to take the zone, keep it.
And, I mean, applying penalty again. Both of these teams, we're so far into the game, and both of these teams has such low penalty because it's been so back and forth. And then, but now with just a few seconds left, it looks like La KTM is going to get game number 1. But what a game!
What a game indeed. We saw it coming out there, just how powerful both teams were, back and forth as we've seen before, but in the end it is going to be La KTM able to take that win there and put their name on the board.
Yep. Game number 1 for La KTM, but again, NM, we are in a best of 5. Katrunk will have so many opportunities to get back in, and I mean, it's Katrunk. They've shown how good they can do even in that game number 1. You can expect more for them as long as they're able to maintain that kind of fight. Anything's possible between these 2 teams.
You know, anything is possible. It's just a matter of how these 2 teams try to play it out. Of course, now Katrunk, you know, they have to figure out, okay, what didn't work there. They definitely had a comp that was strong on that map mode. The, you know, double, triple ink strikes coming out, the Carbon with the Trizuka, but also a nice short range weapon, able to get some nice picks. It's just not all the pieces were going at the same time. They were getting taken down, but more importantly, La KTM just had that fire and they just kept rushing in, just having that never back down, never give up mentality, able to take that first win, and now they have to figure something out for Clan Blitz Museum.
Yep, they're doing pretty well here. They're getting a good deal. I mean, La KTM, they were on top, and I feel like they had better fights throughout this game. They were able to really take control when they wanted to. Whereas Katrunk, they were fighting by keeping themselves on the map, by making sure that the fight was still going on, and while the fight was going on, they were keeping the zone painting. Going into Clan Blitz, KTM's ability to really take that control, to really push forward, it's likely to go into their favor, and Katrunk are going to need to really match that kind of aggressivity.
Katrunk are definitely going to need to match that. But with that being said, we're going into this second game and seeing the comms coming out. It seems Katrunk's going back to that rapid deco we saw a little before from Jasmine. They definitely showed how powerful they are on that rapid deco. And they're like, you know, Slosher is strong. Don't get me wrong. But I love the rapid deco. I want to switch back to it. I feel like it's going to work here. I love those stories of just players having faith in those weapons that you don't see a lot, but they know inside and out.
Yeah, it's working pretty well right now. Ooh, very nice opening by LaKTM, getting queued down. It's just the Carbon defending. The Carbon is going to be cool. But all of Katrunk are now defending, trying to stop things as the Kraken is going in there and the basket is in danger. But ooh, LaKTM still defending. Not going to be enough. We're opening the basket.
Ooh!
They missed!
Yeah!
They missed the ball!
They missed that, and because of that, it's only going to be 80 instead of 60 there, Pat. And they tried to throw another to make a little more happen, but that's just going to be going down in return. Asta trying to collect their deposit, but it's going to be withdrawn.
LaKTM, they put 3 super clams into that push, and they only got 20 points. That has to hurt right there, but I mean, it's not over. Katrunk are still struggling to get out this time. I mean, Katrunk has a lot of clams, but they have yet to get anywhere near the basket.
They're definitely able to get that economy up. Like, look at how many they have there. 19, 13, 8. Actually, no, the economy is gone with all their teammates going down there, Pat, as LaKTM definitely has the murder power going. They are the Grand Reaper. Just the entire team. I know I keep using that word a lot, but it just goes to show just how powerful they are in terms of taking the lives of the opponents. Able to take 1 more, 2 more, 3 more lives. Just the zap left going, and LaKTM is already able to get a second push going there.
Yeah, they don't have much clams. They only had the super clam to open the basket, but already they had the time to collect because they were so dominant in the fight. And now we are at 47 in terms of points, and LaKTM is maintaining the basket open and their presence around the basket. They are scoring so much, and Katrunk are struggling to get in there. Here comes the Kraken again. With 2 players down, it looks like LaKTM will have to go away to give some ground back to Katrunk. But what a push. 23 is now huge lead for KTM.
Huge indeed, Pat, especially how late it's getting into the game. 2 minutes left on the clock to go from 100 to 22. That is a big task. But we're going to see if Katrunk has what they need to do in order to secure it, has the resources, and they're already coming in with this cooler. All these bombs coming out, able to score a super clam in, trying to get another taken down, 2 taken down, but this Carbon is trying to make something happen. Taking out 2, trying to go for Mia, trying to get some clams in, able to stay alive for a little longer, able to get another super clam in, getting it down to 48, but it looks like that's going to be the end of that push. But with 1.5 minutes left on the clock now, Pat, that's definitely very much better.
Yeah, that is some points on the board. At least the Katrunk need more than that. They have not much time to get the lead. LaKTM is happy to simply paint and get some control and answer the strikes with strikes of their own right now. Lots of plans onto Katrunk, but they're so far from the basket and they're inviting. Oh wait! 3 down! It's just the zap left standing KTM right now. But all of the rest of the team is coming back and fighting again. LaKTM is back on top, back and preparing an attack with 1 minute left. And then
Indeed, Pat, 1 minute left on the clock here. And LaKTM is already in the base of Katrunk. They're definitely in this advantage state. Definitely not what Katrunk wants to see, as Benji is almost done with their Kraken, but Mia is able to secure that super clamp. The rest of LaKTM is not there, but at the very least, it's going to stop the momentum that Katrunk had going there for a little bit. And Pat, it's 24 seconds left on the clock, and Katrunk, they're not doing too hot. They need just a little more, and they need these picks now. Ooh.
That's a trade. That's a good trade, but that's still just a trade. Katrunk needs to get get in, and they need to do it now, otherwise they will be in trouble. Strikes are incoming. Kachunk has the clams. All they need is to go forward now. All they need is to get in there. Here comes the Kraken on the side of KTM. Kachunk getting in there. 2 super clams in. They're so close to the lead. They only need a few more clams.
No.
They have them. And they take it.
Woo!
Oh my goodness. Simply put there, Pat, the trajectory of Benji there on that Kraken. I feel like if they went on a different direction, that could have been a whole different story. That was a beautiful ending push coming out from them. I jumped out from my seat there. Kachunk is still in the game. They're still here.
Oh, well, that was a crazy comeback. I'm getting notified that our microphones are not doing nice job on stream. We're doing our best to correct that. But yeah, and I mean, that was... I did not see Kachunk coming back in that game. They were behind the whole game and struggling.
Yeah, no, they were behind that entire game. Kachunk was always either in their spawn or in mid. They were always having a hard time trying to get a push going. That 48 push, it did well, but they still needed a little more. They were struggling a lot at that end there. They were able to get, they placed a tactical where they had the speed from that. Kachunk got into the plat, they got into the spinner, able to get up to the basket, had 2 super clams in there, able to score, and wherever that, I didn't see where the carbon was, but they had a good amount still. They weren't detected, and they were able to get those last clams in.
Yeah, great comeback by Kachunk. Has to feel pretty good. We'll see if they're able to maintain the momentum. They switch blasters on the side of Jasmine. Now it's a Rapid Pro for extra range, and these wells will be pretty useful if they want to target the tower right there. Let's see how these teams are doing. Now it's the opening fight, and I mean already 1 down on each side.
1 down on each side here. Both of the 52s down. It's going to be a little bit more happening, though, here as we're seeing the zap. Both of the zaps have been down. Rapid Pro Deco has been down. The 52 down yet again. Kachunk is not doing too hot, as it's basically been a constant of 3 down. That Neo Splash, the only one that's been able to keep itself alive here, as the splatter color screens coming out from Asta. Meanwhile, Kachunk's able to, delay this push a little bit because of those triple aim strikes, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, the strikes only delayed things. Oh, well, we have a few players down on the side of KTM. The tower is going to slowly move back. The checkpoint was broken, though, and breaking that checkpoint is going to allow KTM to get a bit more momentum. As we say that, it's not over. Kachunk are getting the numbers advantage, and now with the Tacticular, they are getting back into mid and are looking to find something. But 52 on the other side, 96, sorry, is going to stop things in their track and force Kachunk to really get back and allow KTM to get back on the tower and get back on the attack.
KTM are back on the attack here, as you said, and they're trying to keep it going. But that killer whale is coming out to just seed anybody off that tower there. Very good from Kachunk. They still need that little more. The triple ink strike, though, Pat, that might be that little more that they need. Able to delay the tower push for just a little bit to get the rest of the team back in. But 2 have just gone down. Able to come back in, but it's still La KTM in the advantage here. Able to keep getting picks more and more. We're seeing this app just running down, trying to get whatever they can. Benji, the only one left alive here to make something happen, able to take out Jasmine before they get taken out there.
Yeah, right there, Kachunk, they threw everything they had at the tower. Specials, subs, players, everything they had, they threw simply to slow down the tower. But KTM, they were happy to wait just a few more seconds. They got the second checkpoint off of simply waiting for all the specials and bombs to be done. And by keeping their players, they managed to get a big lead. Now is the turn of Kachunk to get forward, to get to the checkpoint. They already get the first checkpoint, and they are moving on to the second. Kachunk, they want to answer that huge control that KTM had. with a single push right now. The Kraken coming in is going to delay things, force Kachunk to move back, but look at that, and then 3 down! Kachunk are in control!
Yeah, Kachunk are in it to win it right now. But as I say that, they're 3 down in return, Pat. It's just Jasmine. They have to be the anchor, the teleporting point for their team. But with all of La KTM coming out to just take them out, it is proving to be very difficult here as Jasmine has got it back out. That was beautiful there. 3 down from one side into 3 down on the other. Just showing how close it is between these two. But it's definitely La KTM that has that advantage. We're seeing, Noah just throwing in these triple ink strikes. They're trying to find a way into this mid here, but they have to figure out where La KTM is. They don't know. Unlike the spec cam, they do not know where they are, and they need to find them.
Yep, it is pretty rough right now. La KTM still has a 1 checkpoint advantage, and with pretty much just a minute left in this game, they are in a good spot. Kachunk are still fighting to defend that tower, to delay anything that KTM is doing, as KTM still has numbers advantage, still has a lot going their way. As I say, that Kachunk activating the well and getting back into mid.
They're making their back way into mid, but it looks like Kachunk is still kind of stuck into their spawn here, especially with Jasmine going down. KTM is still on this tower. The Kraken coming out. Asa going to be able to help pick out another. We're seeing so much just back and forth strafing there, but in the end, it's going to be Bebo able to take that pick, trying to push onto the tower. 30 seconds left on the clock. Mia going to be able to secure a trade with a beautiful direct. Benji going down, but Pat, it's that last 20 seconds, even with La KTM down 2 and pretty much nobody in mid, they still have a nice advantage with that second checkpoint being taken down.
Yep, it is not over, and ooh, we are pretty close right there between these two teams. Kachunk needs a crazy comeback. They have to get through that checkpoint, but with 2 players down onto KTM, and the strikes, looks like they're still on it. They're still on it, but here comes the Kraken. They have to push the Kraken away. KTM takes the tower and the game.
The tower was able to make a nice stop onto it. The Kraken able to make a nice stop onto the tower to make sure it stopped moving. They weren't able to secure the tower to stop that, overtime from stopping, but it was pretty much the rest of their team giving them time to get them back in, to get onto the tower and to take out Kachunk. That's what got them that overtime win there. And as we're moving on to Rainmaker Undertow, Kachunk have got to figure out what they have to do in order to take out La KTM, because La KTM is doing really good against them. It's 2-1, but that 1 win against Kachunk, it was very close, and it was that last second push that Kachunk had that was able to win. Pretty much looking at the stories from these first 3 games, Pat, La KTM has been holding an iron fist.
Yeah. La KTM has been playing for control, have been playing for really dominance throughout the game. Kachunk has been relying on these 1 incredibly powerful pushes that they're able to do. In this game, it was not enough. But going into Rainmaker, having that 1 big push is how you win the game. I feel like La KTM has shown a bit more firepower, but Kachunk, Rainmaker is the kind of game, is the kind of play that is in their mindset. That is the kind of thing that they want to play.
Yeah, because if they keep making that 1 really good push, then, you can secure a win, especially on that left side. It's now an inkable route. You can be able to make a really nice push if you're able to get all your assets going. And as we're starting to see these comps, we're seeing the vanilla Rapid Deco coming back out. And on the side of La KTM, no range blaster. Instead, we got that stamper and a shot coming out from Asta too.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that in action. La KTM opening pretty strong, getting the pop and putting themselves in position, already forcing all of Kachunk to look at them. This map, you really want to win that first fight before going forward, because, getting through mid with the Rainmaker is a very tall order.
It is. That's why you see sometimes if a team is able to get a good push going, they go on the right side. But already with that, Katrunk is already 2 down. A third one going down here. Early push for LockATM on this left checkpoint, able to break through. Not even a minute has passed, and Katrunk have got to find an answer here. Jasmine coming in with the Inkjet, trying to take out one. Not going to be able to, but Katrunk, they're coming back in, Pat. They're here. They're alive. They're getting the Rainmaker out of there, and they want to make a push back in return.
Yep. Now they need to take that control over me. Now they need to take a push, and getting a splat already is a good start, but the answer by KTM, both teams have 2 players down. A single splat could decide everything. Like KTM losing almost everybody, is just Gal left standing, and that Gal is punished. The Rainmaker is finally grabbed by Katrunk. Katrunk are going to move to that checkpoint if they're able to, and I mean, they set themselves up and they were just waiting for their way in now.
But Benji on that Kraken is going to stop it in its tracks, going a beeline towards that Rainmaker, able to take him out as they're trying to give the tools needed for LockATM to come back out here, able to take out that splash. Benji's still going here, but the Inkjet is going to pop out and pretty much secure a trade. Not going to be exact, but going to be just enough here. And it looks like it's just one left alive on LockATM. The last one able to, though, take that Rainmaker out and secure a little bit more time for their team to come back in.
Yep, and right now teams are still reforming, preparing the next push. LockATM simply waiting on their side of the map. They know that if they simply defend that checkpoint, they have nothing to worry. Rainmaker is going to come back into mid, is going to be popped by Katrunk, as Katrunk is under attack right now. Mia able to get 3 down onto Katrunk. That's going to be another push for LockATM.
Another push for them, and they're definitely going to try to get it past this first checkpoint here. Able to, we see the 52, able to get him at least after a little bit, leaving just Benji, the last one alive here in this Kraken, with the Rainmaker pop going to stop them there. Still, though, very solid from LockATM, Pat, because they're able to get that from a 60 to a 42. Sometimes you have matches on this map, you know, that just go from checkpoint to checkpoint, and that last second you get like a nice little push that's able to get you in that lead. Just that 20 points is going to put LockATM in a pretty good spot, especially with Evo able to get that checkpoint there, and 3 of them are down on LockATM, Pat. This might be the chance for Katrunk.
And this is Katrunk. This is how they play. That single one push that decides it all. They get the lead right there, and they're trying to get even more. 18 is pretty big right there. LockATM, despite dominating for the first half of this game, now struggling to keep the Rainmaker away, to keep Katrunk from getting in there. They have to grab the Rainmaker, and they want to drop as fast as they can. Here, they're back into mid, they're gonna pay the price. Katrunk has gotten so much control, as well as, of course, the lead.
The story is flipped on its head. Oh, but the
Trizuka coming from the left side is going to flip it right back as they're able to take out 1-2 down on the side of Katrunk here, as LockATM is starting to get it going once again on this left side. Asta not noticing that one was able to secure the pick on the Rainmaker, but they're still, you know, they still have that momentum going. They have the tactical cooler active, and they're starting to get their specials in just a little moment here. But Jasmine is waiting on this top right side, Pat, and they have this Inkjet. They could stop it from happening. Able to take out Benji, looking for Mia. Mia's definitely weak from that first shot, and they're going to be going down.
And that's the power of Katrunk. They know that all they need to do is get a single splat onto that Rainmaker carry. That's all they need to do, and now with that big lead that they've gotten themselves, they're going to bring the Rainmaker to the side. They're going to wait and hold pretty strong 3 down onto LockATM. Katrunk staying alive right now. It's just the Kraken is the last chance for KTM. They're gonna get another time. They get another time.
Yes, they're able to get it. Benji able to get that pick last sec, but even with LockATM able to pick it up there, it was already like the Trunk was able to be right there. Kachunk watching it and able to get that pick, securing a win for Kachunk, and also meaning we are going to a game 5 in these losers finals. Both of these teams hungry and eager to take on Frutella, and they're not stopping until they get there, even if they gotta trade blows with each other.
It's been such back and forth. KTM really controlling the game. Kachunk letting themselves be controlled, keeping themselves simply alive, and then once they find that one opportunity, getting in, getting the points, getting everything, getting back in the game. It's going to be a rough one, especially going into Umami zones. We have a double zones game, which completely changed the dynamic of zones. Going into Umami, like KTM, with their playstyle, if they're able to simply get ahead of the zones, get control of the map, they could get a quick KO. But Kachunk, we know how well they can get in. If they're able to do that, if they're able to outrange KTM, to get some control of their own, they could do the same. This could go very fast, or this could go 5 minutes with a crazy overtime.
It could, especially with how the map is, Pat. Again, those double zones, it's pretty much a different story compared to those single zone maps. There's a lot of times where you have either side just fighting for that one zone, the other one that might be a little unattended, or you might have one person be like, nobody's in there, go over there, just paint it last second, so that, we have that advantage. But with that, it is going to be a tiebreaker match point coming out for these loser finals. Kachunk versus La KTM. Winner takes all. It's just a matter of what happens here. The double gal antics are going to be coming out from La KTM. So we're going to see if Kachunk is able to match that.
Yep, that range blaster on 96 are providing a lot of range on the side of KTM. Meanwhile, Kachunk very much wanting to get into the fight, very much wanting to get up close, and it's working for them so far. They are in, they have control of both zones and are forcing KTM to really defend. We're not used to seeing that. Usually it's KTM getting the opening, but right now Kachunk is doing the works.
They are putting in the gumption, able to take out so many on the side of KTM, and this 52 wants to keep it going, but Benji is coming out like, you're not having any of that. I'm coming in with my Kraken and displacing you any chance I get, able to take the pick on the 52, but they're left in a corner. They're trying to stay alive in this wall, trying to take out Jasmine, getting knocked out by Bebo in the back, as it's just Kachunk able to take so much, but it's 2 down. Jasmine left to the sky here on the left, not able to help paint as Mia's taken down. So much is happening on the screen, Pat. Oh my goodness.
And penalty still not applied. Kachunk able to maintain paint onto one zone, and they get the zone back with just the 52. What a play by Kachunk right now, extending their lead, getting more and more. KTM needs to paint. They need to apply penalty now. If they don't apply penalty, they're in such trouble. Kachunk still in that fight as all of KTM is firing their weapons, trying to get it right there. Kraken is coming a bit late, and finally KTM getting some points.
KTM finally making something happen, and they're really making something happen, able to take out 2, and is starting to bring the fight over to Kachunk's base, already painting it all. And it looks like La KTM, I saw, at least in that little kerfuffle they were having in that long neutral game, they just had to get like a little bit more paint. They have to keep leaving somebody alive. The Neo Splash was able to outpaint both gals on that one zone there, but it looks like La KTM is starting to, learn from that, and they're keeping it going, able to get 2 down, and assets already coming in on these zones, but it looks like Kachunk was able to take it back, able to secure their lead for a little bit longer.
Yep, it's not over, and ooh, what an attack by La KTM. Asta getting in there. Getting so many splats. We're halfway through the game, and La KTM is back in control as they are used to. Not much penalty. If they're able to hold that control a little bit longer, they could get the lead.
They could very much be here. And Asta's already taken out 2. They want blood on their hands. It's the Grim Reaper coming in. They get a 3rd. Can they get a 4th? Can they run in and get the picks? They're going to run back out. They're going to say, you know what? I'm not having that. But oh my goodness, Asta is not letting up.
Yep, it's not stopping. KTM is still scoring points as Asta and Trunk. Just struggling to get in. Justine is going to be splatted, and game is going to be for La KTM, getting their qualification to the grand finals.
All I gotta say is Asta my goat. Oh my goodness. At the end there.
Oh, yeah.
That was just brutal. Asta was just playing spawn camping the game. They had that semi-quad there right after getting a little semi-quad beforehand. They just kept getting kills. I want to know the KD count that they had there. Beautiful on both sides, but it's going to be La KTM coming in and securing the spot for Grands against Frutella. It's going to be them coming in after being knocked down from Frutella in the winter semifinals. They're going to be coming back, and they're going to be coming for blood.
Yep, that was an incredible game, an incredible set between these two teams. La KTM locking in and getting their spot into Grands. They will get to fight Frutella, who is still waiting, probably watching this game, studying what to do against La KTM. We'll take a short break so we can set up the lobby, and we will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the chat, here we are, the grand finals of Paddling Pool 283. I'm NM once again, joined by Pat, as we have seen so many teams try to claw their way towards the golden trophy, and now it's La KTM able to claw their ways out of the losers bracket, going to be able to take a revenge set against Frutella. It's just going to be a matter of if they're going to be able to keep the momentum going or they're going to fall trying. But either way, I'm here with Pat. How are you doing today, and are you excited?
I am so excited, and I can't wait to see these two teams go after each other. And remember, this is a rematch. La KTM was put into losers bracket by Frutella 3-0. But since then, we've seen La KTM struggle, fought their way back, step up and really show how good they can do, how well they can play. It's all a matter of, have they learned from what Frutella is doing? How do they know how to adapt? Can they get back in? And they're going to need to learn fast, because we are going right in, starting with Sturgeon Shipyard on tower control.
Already starting here and seeing the comps coming out. Frutella having that nice, double AoE with the mid-range, with the splash and the sniper. Very solid core for a comp. And La KTM, they're not changing anything much from the last time we saw them. The double gal, the zap, and the range blaster are coming back out. And I want to see what happens between Asta and Punching here. Something I've deemed both of them as quite literally the Grim Reapers of their teams, and I want to see how they kind of go against each other here on stream.
Yep, ooh, and with 3 players down, it looks like La KTM is going to take control, is going to go forward now. Oh, they lose a few players though, and Frutella defending pretty strong. The checkpoint is not broken yet, but oh wait, they managed to break the checkpoint.
Yep, they were able to. La KTM getting that early checkpoint lead, but with that, Frutella just came right back in, and they're already getting something going. Punchy here, waiting for the spinner to get all the way to the top, because they have that grab tank, and I imagine, Pat, they want to make something going.
Oh, here we go, the Grim Reaper match of the century here. Asta trying to make their way to Punchy, but Punchy just brings out the whole artillery to bring them down. Takes out 2. Punchy's going. They're like, yep, I'm the Grim Reaper, taking out 1 and just keeping it going.
It is not stopping. Frutella is going to get not only the checkpoint, but they have so much control right there. They're looking to get much more than that. And that's already another crab tank by Punchy. Simply keeping things active, having to jump away right there, rolling over the competition.
Quite literally rolling over the competition there. Punchy is just showing the dominance here tonight, as we're seeing I Love Ant. They're trying to make a way back in on this left side. Kraken coming out, has to be wary of that bridge, going to be able to secure their way on the tower, as La KTM able to make their way back in. Frutella having most of their members down, just as Snipe Rider alive on that left side, but they're sitting pretty, able to get close to that second checkpoint. But it's definitely something that La KTM, if they have the right momentum going, will be able to contest.
Yep, and right now it looks like both teams are still fighting for them, but La KTM is on top. There's nobody on the tower. You need to keep people on the tower in order to push La KTM. They lost their front line there, and they're going to allow Frutella to get back onto mid thanks to these strikes.
Able to let him get back into mid. We're seeing the Sloshers just go for the whole 9 yards, the whole 180, 360 loop. Able to get behind them and get a little bit of distraction. With 2v2, Asta able to help secure the lead. It's just them left alive, able to take out Cookies. They're here securing jumps onto this left side on these grates. Going to be going down though, but still very nice distraction. Getting a lot of those resources off of Frutella's back and getting that distraction going. Very good from Asta there.
Yeah, lead is being traded back and forth right now. There's just 2 points, 2 single points between these 2 teams, and 2 players down. It looks like Frutella is going to get another good push. Punchy is already in position to activate the crab, already gets 1, is looking at another, and is forcing all of Frutella in. Ooh, numbers. Wait, KTM able to defend at least.
Yeah, no, they're still able to defend, and Asta's bringing back that name, able to take out 2. Ooh, gets knocked down before they can take a 3rd, but the Slosher's going down in return from I Love and here, still showing that Asta still has that momentum going, still has that strength, but Punchy and Urza are running in here. The Crab Tank is already coming out yet again from Punchy, taking out Mia, and they're locking down this whole top right side.
Yep, and right now Punchy showing again, as you said, the Grim Reaper staying in there. All of Frutella has so much control. They're gonna get the lead right there, but KTM answering, not letting the checkpoint be broken. You really don't want to lose the checkpoint on this map. And yep, KTM throwing the tower back into mid, but with 30 seconds left, they have one final push to go.
Yeah. Like ATM, they have one final push before it's all said and done, and they definitely want to secure that win. We see Ant coming in onto the spinner. They have the tactical cooler, it's gone, but they have the Kraken at the ready. They're coming in, dropping down. They just want to displace Cookies. This is going to be a little safe there. Definitely don't want to go on the grates, but the specials are flying out behind, punching in this Crab Tank, but gets stopped by Urza there. 4 seconds left, and it looks like Lock ATM trying to keep the tower, and Mia able to secure one. They have to rise back for the tower, but they're going to get taken down. And that's first game already going to Frutella.
Both teams answering each other so well into the fight, but in the end it was that coordination with Frutella, with the Crab Tank going to the side, Urza watching the back and making sure that everything stayed in place. Frutella taking that control and winning. But like ATM, not that far behind, just a few more points. They were in the same checkpoint, and going into this set, like ATM still has a lot to show, I feel like.
Like ATM still has a lot. I feel like they still have a lot left in their pocket that they're definitely going to be trying to show out here tonight. And as we move on to Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, we're definitely going to be seeing that coming out. Last time in the losers finals, we did see this map come out again, and if I remember correctly, they did not win this, but they still had a strong showing on this map mode. While they didn't win, they still were doing very well.
Yeah, a lot that could happen. I mean, again, we saw Rainmaker in the previous set. This is a dangerous one. This is one where one push can change it all. This is where like we've seen these teams go in again and again and again, use their checkpoint to really go forward, take some control. In this one, it's all going to be decided by one push, the one push that brings the Rainmaker as far as you can, as fast as you can. And let's see what these teams are bringing. Not much. Wait, is that a Wiper?
Yep, it's going to be Mia on that Wiper there. They're definitely going to be trying to do some nice QR rushing in antics. I can already imagine Mia doing that.
Yeah, and that Wiper is not enough to pop Rainmaker right now. Frutella is going to grab right away, use the Rainmaker as an offensive tool to really paint ahead and prepare their push.
Already running in. We see Cookies coming in on this left side here, able to take out Mia from behind them. 2 down on KTM there, Pat, but it looks like Frutella's going for this right side. They made it look like, okay, we're going on the left, we're going for the usual, but then Punchy and the Rainmaker decided, we're just going on the right side. We're just dunking this checkpoint here, and it went completely uncontested as Mia's taken out from Punchy there. Oh my goodness.
Of course it's Banshee. Of course it's Banshee.
It's always Punchy, Pat. Punchy is always getting the picks. You think it's going to be on that Frutella roster, the range or the slosher. That's what you're going and expecting, but that's how they get you. That's how they get you to think that the splash is not going to be the one picking you off one by one. But it looks like Urza Heard Me is able to secure a double.
I mean, you can't underestimate anybody on the side of Frutella, and now they have 0 checkpoint to go through. They can simply move in with Urza, activate the Kraken. Oh, but Mia and the Hammer stopping things in their tracks right there. But look at that, just Mia. All of Frutella are still on the attack, but she's looking to pop the Rainmaker thanks to the Crab Tank right there. What a crazy crab tank! I didn't know you could crab there.
Yeah, I didn't know either. It made it look like that Frutella was in their own spawn trying to get Mia out of there, but in turn it was the other way around. That's how much that Frutella is dominating here. 1 point away from securing the win there, Pat. They just need a little more, but just 2 left alive. It looks like Lock ATM is starting, the heartbeat is starting to go here, able to just make Erza Chong to that left side, but they're trying to defend, but it's looking still very rough.
Yeah. LaKTM getting into this fight, trying to keep themselves alive. Rainmaker getting reset has to be like a huge sigh of relief for them. But, I mean, Frutella is, again, repopping the Rainmaker, preparing their next push as they're not stopping at them. They want it. They want it even more now.
Yeah, no, they want it even more. Like KTM definitely want to make their way back in, but at the same time, Frutella want to keep them out. They want that whole wall there, but Asa's trying to rush in, gets taken down. Parmigiano able to secure a little bit of life here, trying to get the push on Mia. Gonna be taken down, though, in response. Punished.
It's not stopping. We're still in that fight for the Rainmaker. Frutella grabs again Mia, trying to stop things, and the hammer is getting punished again. Frutella, they're holding the Rainmaker here. They know that there's less than 2 minutes left in the game, and with the kind of lead that they have, all they need to do is to keep the Rainmaker there. It's working pretty well for them.
It's working pretty well for Frutella right now. Lock ATM, though, they're starting to make a bit of a push on that left side, able to take out the Slosher. They're trying to make a little more in, but Cookies and Erza are keeping them out as much as possible here. 2 left alive. The Zap trying to make something happen, takes down the Grim Reaper. Punchy there, trying to keep it going, but no, they get taken out, but that just leaves Asta able to come in from behind and take the Rainmaker out, and now they're running for the hills from this Kraken, trying to stay alive. Look at this strafing going on from them. They're just trying to live but gets taken out there.
Awesome moves by Asta. That allowed the rest of KTM to get back into the game. All of KTM is into mid now, fighting for that Rainmaker, trying to prepare, get some momentum, but Rainmaker gets reset as Frutella is getting splat after splat, but Slosher is getting in. And again, Frutella extending their power over the map.
Simply put, just extending all the paint and power they have, Pat. They're putting in the work here, as we're already seeing, Parmigiano able to try to get to that right side, trying to make sure Asta doesn't get in. We're seeing the Tactic Cooler coming out from this Zap here, trying to secure any picks they can get, trying to pick out Punchy, able to go for a trade, but it's just Asta left alive from Luck ATM, and they're still back in spawn. Frutella can just secure this left side, make sure nobody gets onto the Rainmaker, and take this win here. And with these last few seconds going out and all of Luck ATM getting picked off, it's going to be Frutella securing that second win and leaving Luck ATM in a really scary spot here, Pat.
Yeah. I mean, game 1 was very close. It was incredibly close between these two teams. Game 2, it was Frutella. It was always Frutella getting on top of every fight, getting all the pushes. Frutella scored 99 points. LaKTM, they didn't score anything. They didn't get anything. And now we're going to game 3. Frutella, all they need to do is win on their favorite map.
Ooh, I already know what's going through Luck ATM's head right now, Pat. They're probably like, well, we got a hill ahead of us. We got everything ahead of us here. They're on Flounder Heights. They are going to be even more demons than before. And with the showing we saw on Undertow Spillway, how powerful, how much of a chokehold Frutella had, I can't even imagine just the monstrosities are going to happen here on Flounder Heights. It is going to be a bloodbath.
I think the words you're looking for is it's going to be a very much an uphill battle for LaKTM.
True, they literally have to go uphill here.
Yeah. And LaKTM, they got so far. They've
fought till the very end. They were able to get the comeback almost onto tower control in this set. They did so much and they fought to be here. I know they're not gonna give up. I know they're going to fight till the bitter end because this is paddling pool and this is how we do it. But, I mean, right now, like ATM needs to do the impossible. Do they bring a different weapon? Do they create a crazy weird strat? Whatever happens, like ATM needs to bring us a surprise, needs to create something that we haven't seen so far. All of these players on the side of Black ATM individually, they can pop off, they can do a lot, and it's all about getting all of the team to do it together. And here comes a Tri-Slasher Nouveau on the side of Black ATM. Tri-Slasher is so good on this map, I can only approve.
It is such a good weapon on this map, and I love playing it myself because it's a very aggressive cooler option. Don't see it as much anymore because of all the nerfs that happened beforehand. It's just not as good of a painter compared to the other cooler weapons, so you're not getting many coolers, but they're definitely going to be showing it off here as Lock ATM are already putting it work onto the zone, able to take 2 down, and they're already getting first pick of the zone, taking out Cookie. I Love Ant is showing their power here, has the killer well already, and they're already fighting this uphill battle pattern, and they're already just climbing it. They're stopping at nothing to make sure Frutella is gone.
Yeah, right now Frutella struggling to get back in there. The fight is going pretty strong. 2 players down on each side. KTM able to stay in control of the zones, but able to really take it as Parmigiano with the slasher is getting a crazy flick to get on top of the zone. KTM has to give one zone to Frutella, but as long as they're able to keep the other one, no penalty is applied. And right now, KTM are doing exactly what they need to do. They score more and more points, and
Oh my god, Pat, it's just like even looking on how they were going up to Punchy, it is literally just flies to the herd. They're just all swarming any member of Frutella that tries to come to these zones here. They come up on this wall and they get picked off because of it. That's all we're seeing here. But it's going to be a 2v2 happening here. Going to be able to get the pick on Punchy. Ursa coming in. They're getting taken out here. But what's this? From behind, it's going to be Cookie able to take the zone back and getting jumps. But they get taken out. Punchy trying to make the last second thing happen, but they can't take it out too. And with that, Lock ATM overthrows Frutella in their home turf.
what a game by KTM! Taking full control, not letting Frutella play the game, not letting Frutella come back, not letting Frutella get behind them with a surprise bomb. Nothing Frutella did worked in there. It was all KTM reversing momentum and keeping themselves alive in this grand finals.
Oh my goodness, Pat. If Lock ATM is able to just dominate over Frutella on Frutella's home turf, they're tried and true, that's only going to show that Lock ATM, they're up, they're awake, they're ready, they're hungry, and they want to take everything else for them. They want breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert, whatever they can have to eat, and they want to take it all home.
Well, we take it because we get to see more games than them, and I'm glad we do. It's time to see Museum d'Alfonsino on Clam Bits. We're gonna see more fights, and especially we're going to see more Kraken action, I feel like.
Oh yeah, definitely. Even if it's not crack and cheese, both of these teams definitely show that they love the custom range blasters and they definitely love the Krakens. And it's just really good to use as like just coming in, use a Kraken, able to just make sure everybody that goes out of the way that you wanted to go out of the way gets out of the way. You rush at somebody with the Kraken, you might try to go for them for a pick, but more likely than not, you're just trying to get them out of the way of where you want to go.
Yep, and here comes the pencil on the side of Frutella. They want to get the extra range. On the other side, we see the range blaster, and oh no, it's not the range blaster that brings the Kraken for KTM, it's the 96 Deco, as KTM is very much playing as mid lines. Ooh, and Punchy already getting a splat.
Punchy already starting it off very dirty there, getting that splat off of that squid roll off the wall, able to secure a second with their teammate. Mia's looking down and out. They're going to be taken out. Punchy's keeping it going. They have a crab take. They're popping the crab take, and they're keeping it going. They see Ant. They're trying to take him out. Able to take out Asto. Punchy is just going on an absolute spree here, and all that's left is to secure the Super Clam into the basket to bring it all home and start this first push for Frutella.
Yep. That's the first push. A few more clams going in to there. KTM able to push Frutella away, but without getting any splat. That means Frutella, not only do they get a lot of points onto the basket, they still have a huge control over mid right now, NM.
They still have major control over mid, and Ant is definitely trying to make their way back in to stop Frutella out of the way. We're seeing the Kraken coming out alongside the splatter color screen, waiting for this jump to come in, able to secure the pick on them. Ant's keeping it going. They see someone behind them, able to secure the double onto Frutella as they're trying to keep it going, but they need clams now.
Yep, KTM is still in there trying to push their way onto the platform. As I said, at KTM, they don't have any clam really onto their name.
They don't really have any clams for themselves. You'd think KTM would be able to secure some, especially with 2 down here. But they're starting to get a little going. You know, the Zap has 5. They get taken out, though, leaving that 96 the only one ordering to have resources here with the free. But they're definitely going to try to pop a Kraken soon enough. Asta able to get a nice shark in, trying to get the pick on the Slosher. Gets countered there by that range, though.
Yeah, it's not stopping. KTM not really able to benefit from the huge advantage that they had in numbers right now. Frutella are back into mid, are back into that control of the map. and forcing KTM to defend. Again, KTM does not want to be in that defensive position.
They definitely do not there. Airs are trying to get out, but ooh, the Kraken coming in to stop anything from happening there. Asta coming in on this left side, actually going for the right in turn. Seeing what they're trying to do on Parmesan right now. Going to be able to take him out. Able to take out Cookies. Nice picks coming out there from Asta there on Lock ATM. It looks like Airs is just trying to do a bit of a counter push themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Frutella, they don't have enough to get in right now, but they have enough to simply delay KTM's push. There's 2 minutes left in this game. Frutella knows that if they're able to delay for 2 more minutes, they are your paddling pool champions. And they're doing exactly what they need to do with a few more splat. Elsa jumping in with that blaster. Elsa is one of the craziest midliners in Europe and has been for a long time. It shows the basket is reopened right there. No more points for Frutella, but I mean, the game stays on the same side of the map. KTM able to get a wipeout. It will allow them to at least get a push.
This at least allows Lock ATM, in order to get a push, at least to mid. And this time around, they're making sure they learn from their mistakes and they have a clam economy going. Asta here trying to shark a little bit on this left side. Gets caught here, missing the jump, but is able to get to this right here, Pat, as they definitely want to keep something going. Kraken taken down. The 52 is taken down, though. Lock ATM, everything's crumbling out from under them here as Punchy's coming in with the crab tank, able to take out Mia, and they're not stopping for anything.
They are not stopping. Indeed, 1 minute left. KTM has yet to assemble a push, has yet to get anything. Ooh, very nice Kraken right there. But Kraken is not going to take much ground though, and Super Clam for KTM is going to expire. KTM, they have 30 seconds to get anything going.
They have 30 seconds here, and they have to get something going. They can get a nice push off of 2 super clams, which are coming in right here and now. As I'm saying that, 1 more clam is all KTM needs, and Asta's rushing in to secure it. But 20 seconds are left on the clock. Pat, this is so divisive. If Frutella is able to secure at least 1 super clam into that basket, they can get the win easy. Lockout. It's just 10 seconds. But the bomb coming in from the top from the Zap is going to stop it. But the jump coming in, the super clams coming. Erza gets taken down, but it looks like Cookies is able to rush it and secure the win for Frutella. Oh my goodness.
KTM fighting till the very end. Almost
got the lead, almost denied that final push, but one more player for Frutella coming in, grabbing that Super Club, breaking the basket, and crushing La KTM's dreams. It's going to be the tournament for Frutella. I believe this is their comeback tournament, and they come back strong.
Yeah, they come back strong, and they show off their skill set here. That was beautiful at the end. It looks like La KTM finally had what they needed, able to get that last second push with those two super clams on that flank side. But in the end, it was just Frutella that was able to just come back when La KTM was all down and out, able to get the picks they needed, and Cookies able to grab the super clam off of the corpse of their comrade, able to secure it and take the win. And with that, that is going to be the end of the tournament here tonight.
Yep, that's the tournament. Congratulations to Frutella. That was an incredible run. Great dominance. And really showing all that they're able to do. La KTM also showing us how good they can be, really proving that they've been grinding and they've been getting better and better and better and doing incredibly well in these weeklies. We love to see what they could do, and can't wait to see more of that. We'll have Triton Cup this Friday for more paddling, for more Dapple production actions. But before we say goodbye, NM, where can I find you on the internet?
Of course, people can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Ninstar123. I've become both a Nintendo and FGC commentator, so you can see what I'm doing on there for things like Nintendo, like Splatoon, Smash Brothers, and of course FGC titles like Street Fighter, Tekken, Guilty Gear. I got something cooking up in local FGC scene where I'm at for that. Very big production I've been working on and off for the past about month and a half. Very excited to, when we'll be able to announce it. But of course, where can the people find you, Pat?
You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at PatJAutumn. It's written on your screen right now. If you remove the underscores, you can find me on Blue Sky as well. And stay tuned. I have lots of streaming projects personally that are coming. I'm almost done with getting EVP 9s on all maps. Which should be done pretty soon, and then I have more content to come. That's pretty much it. And I'd like to give a special shout out and special thanks to our wonderful streamer Hayes. Hayes, do you have something to plug? Do you want me to plug you if you want? Okay, well, thank you so much, Hayes. That has been the stream. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the next one.
You all have a good one.